Okay, welcome everybody to the long-term plan, the first public workshop for Council's long-term plan 2023 to 2024 to 34. We've taken sort of the slightly unusual step of holding this workshop fully in public a lot earlier, bringing these numbers and the discussion to the public eye much earlier than usual to try and improve public awareness of some of the things that we're working through as a council. We've got 4 hours this afternoon, so given that it is live streamed, we have some participants online as well as potentially people watching it. So we do need to, that does require a little bit of structure around it. Often workshops, non-public workshops are quite relaxed and casual. Public workshops are going to have a little bit of structure. So I'll be chairing today and we'll try and keep moving to time where we can. We do have a lot to get through. So we're chunking the day down into sections. Each group manager will present on their relevant portfolio. Then we'll have some time for questions on that presentation and followed by discussion and any direction that councillors wish to provide to staff going forward as they formulate the plan. Questions. So in that regard, there's a few comments to make around questions. We'll hold these till the end of each section if we can, but there'll be an opportunity for councillors to email additional questions over the coming few days, and these can go through to John Salmon, who will collate and direct those, and please CC those to all councillors so that that question conversation can carry on over the coming days if necessary. All the questions that we do pose, both today and through that email format, could be used to form up a frequently asked questions component for our community as we get into the new year as well. Today we are going to operate a parking lot. John's got that behind him there. So there's bound to be questions come up that the detail is not actually in the room for right now, or it's an aspect that's heading into a slightly off-topic subject or something like that. We'll capture that, the meaningful and useful comments to capture, and they'll be put on the parking lot to either discuss later on in the day or over the coming days as more information is made available. We're going to have some breaks because it is a long afternoon, and we'll have those after the finance section and then again after the infrastructure section. For those on Zoom, as I said before, we'll hold the questions till the end of each section, but if you do want to use the raise hand function if possible, because that does bring your photo to the top of the list so that I can see, perhaps easier given the screen real estate that we've got there. I think that's all kind of the housekeeping stuff. So I'll throw to Steve and work through the team as they present various parts. Just notes around participation today. So it's a staff and elected members session. So warm welcome to members of the public, but you are here as observers to observe and listen to the process as opposed to full-in community input in this forum. So with that, I'll hand over.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to firstly start with some thank yous. Firstly, thank you to the members of the public who've shown up today. Thank you for taking the time and the interest. Also, thank you to the media for your attendance, and thank you to those who are online watching this live stream. As the Mayor said, this is our, follows the theme of early and regular engagement with our community, and I want to also acknowledge the work of our councillors and staff in terms of getting out and around our community across October and November to get a sense of what was most important in our district. So thank you for all those who took part in that process as well. I think part of today's workshop, just so everyone's really clear, is we aren't setting rates today. Today is talking about the starting point and what underpins the drivers behind the budget numbers that we're putting through. And each group manager will talk through their key drivers in their budget areas to build up a bit of an understanding of what sits behind it. And again, councillors, your chance to provide advice and questions to help inform the next stage of our budgeting and long-term plan process is really important today. So we're looking forward to really strong engagement. In terms of the way we've set it out today, we're going to touch on the feedback from the community around the community outcomes that we received in October. And then the team are going to run through an environmental scan. So that basically sets out what's the context in which we're operating in for the next 10-year period that we can foresee. We're then going to look at, I guess, the high-level portfolio and budget overview. So the CFO, Douglas Marshall, will take us through that with his team. And then we're going to get into probably the biggest budget and infrastructure area, which is Mike Duff's infrastructure activity. We'll have a break, and then we'll get into listening to regulatory services with Sean Judd, community services with Chrissy Trigg, and then we'll finish with the commercial and corporate services with Douglas Marshall. And as the Mayor's indicated, at each stage we'll pause to make sure we've heard all the key questions to again get the guidance from the council. We then outline what the next steps are, and then we will move into a public excluded discussion. Now, the reason why we're going into that is that we will also be talking about matters around commercial negotiations and or issues relating to employment relations. So we'll be going and having a quick discussion about what are some things going on in those two areas. Pass over to John.
Kia ora everyone. So the first thing I wanted to highlight was just the timeline of what we've got moving forward. As Steve has outlined, we've engaged early with the community this time around. I think in previous years we didn't do as much as what we've done now, so very much a thank you to the team for doing that. I think I'll take you through the results, but the certainly underlying point from that is we've had a lot of feedback from there. So what we wanted to do was outline just how the next few months are going to lay out. So for the next week, we're going to open, after the councillors' feedback today, we're going to open the budget back up for evaluation from the finance team. Then, so that's going to be done for 1 week. Then we're going to move it into the draft long-term plan, being done hopefully by the end of January. The thing that has to be clear is there will be workshops in January. We will hold them in the public domain as we are today. And then from there, February will be a month that we're still looking at reviewing the draft plan that we've done. Then in March, we'll hopefully adopt the long-term plan, including the consultation document. Then we move on to the public consultation, and then in April, the community consultation element of it. The start of May is obviously we've got the submissions process. Then obviously we record and collate the requests that we've got. Then we get the public hearings and deliberations. Then hopefully in June we complete the final long-term plan and send to the councillors out, and then hopefully on the 28th of June we'll get it adopted. So that's just so everyone's clear, that's the process for the coming 5 or 6 months. So first thing I want to discuss with you today is the community outcomes for this long-term plan process. So obviously they're based on social, affordability, prosperity, culture and environment. So in terms of our social one, our communities feel safe, vibrant, healthy and connected. Affordability, our communities are supported by infrastructure, facilities and services that are quality, efficient, affordable and meet our current and future needs. Prosperity, our district is supported by resilient infrastructure that promotes an innovative and diverse economy, creating opportunities for self-sufficiency, sustainable growth and employment. In terms of culture, our lifestyle is treasured, our strong community spirit is nurtured, and our inclusive and caring communities understand our whakapapa and heritage. And last but not least, the environment, our distinctive environment and natural resources are sustainably managed, healthy and valued. So as part of the initial process with the councillors, we took them through the community outcomes, and that was what we've achieved. So whilst as we've mentioned previously, we have pre-engaged with our community early. I think it's been a really good process in terms of the responses we've received. So 94 responses were submitted via paper form, 230 responses were submitted through an online form, there was 170 responses that were submitted to the quick polls, and there's been 31 engagement sessions were held throughout the district. So like I say, much more involvement, hopefully early, and like I say, that is why we're doing what we're doing today, so that we can get everyone on board pretty quickly. So next I want to talk about the key findings from the feedback surveys that we've had. So we asked the questions on the community outcomes, and across the locations, social wellbeing, the environment and prosperity were consistently rated as the most important community outcomes, scoring over 4 out of 5 on average, and obviously, of course, affordability scored high as well. In terms of culture, that was ranked in a lowest compared when it looks at the feedback received from the community. The priorities varied somewhat by location. So for Westport, residents prioritised 3 waters, infrastructure, resilience and planning. Caramia and Little Wanganui emphasised roading and transport, and Northern Buller focused on roading, community services and resilience. And of course, when it got to the budget allocation as to what we do moving forward, roading and transport, community services and infrastructure resilience were the highest priorities overall. Governance and regulatory services were the lowest. So that's, of course, the priorities as to how we've started looking at the draft budget. In terms of the quick polls, which was the next element of our pre-engagement, for infrastructure investment, the priorities over the next 10 years, the top choices were stormwater at 25%, drinking water at 24%, and rubbish and recycling, which is 22%. The maintenance of parks, reserves and playgrounds garnered the highest combined importance, with 79% of participants acknowledging it as such. Local road maintenance also received substantial recognition, with 77% of the responses indicating its importance. So I would ask you to keep that in your minds for when we move on with the presentation today, because it is a big part of the discussions that we're going to have with you. Key district projects were considered important by 57% of the participants. And lastly, resilience against climate change and natural hazards were deemed important by 53% of those surveyed. So about half of the surveyors, sorry, 51%. So the key findings in terms of the community assets and the 10-year focus. So we wanted to understand what people thought of the assets and the focus the next 10 years. So regarding the usage of community facilities, 64% of the respondents says they only use them sometimes, while 20% use them a lot, and only 6% said they never use community facilities. On the potential sale of council-owned properties and buildings, 65% of respondents said they would support it if the assets were critical and it reduced the rates bill. For council's most important focus over the next 10 years, the top themes were infrastructure resilience, affordability, 3 waters, climate change and social wellbeing. So again, just to my last point, I would take note of that, because it is something we'll go on to discuss in detail later on when Mike does his slides. In terms of community funding, so we asked questions around grants, etc. So when asked about reducing funding for community grants and museum to lower the rates, 26% strongly disagreed to doing that, 22% disagreed, 21% was neutral, 20% agreed, and 11% strongly agreed. So the data suggests a nearly even split. In opinion, obviously there's a slight differential, with the majority of respondents opposing the reductions, while a significant minority supports the idea if it would lead to reduced rates. This reflects diverse perspectives on the value of community services versus financial savings in the community. So I'm going to pass you on to Douglas, who's now going to discuss the outlook of New Zealand at present.
Thanks, John. Long-term plans have a statutory time network around them in terms of the local government. So it tells councils what they expect them to do. In section 100, probably from the council perspective, the key one, which is what's called the balanced budget. So the challenges as we work through over the last few months, and now we look forward to the discussion with the community, is how do we make sure the community of Willa is financially prudent and make sure it actually maintains and looks after its assets into the future. And so there's a terminology you'll see being talked a lot about in New Zealand and other governments, this issue of intergenerational equity. There's 2 parts to intergenerational equity. The first part is making sure you identify long-term what the costs are of maintaining your services. And Mike will talk in detail about our roaming network and about our 3 waters networks, which really are our principal networks. Yes, we have some property assets, but those 2 are probably the key ones. We have the services as well, which we have to fund. So you've got to identify those costs and know when those costs are going to hit and be an impact on the community. But then the tricky bit is, how do you fund? And so the combination of tools we work through, obviously today, the rate cards want to focus on is rates, and that's totally understood. And none of the rates movements we're going to talk today make great reading, and none of the rates movements that any council actually really make good reading. And the thing that we all know is that there's been changes of how this new government wants to deal with Three Waters. So that's something we've had to deal with and be reasonably sharp to understand. But also our biggest headwind is our road infrastructure, and a lot of that talks about how we actually maintain that maturity. So nationally, a lot of interest, the Te Maha Aroa regulations. I'm not going to get too much into that. My interest has been, unfortunately, at the other end, is if we don't do the work, we could be subject to fines and regulations on the district. None of us like the idea of putting that sort of money in. So we've got to do the work. It's just how that work's funded, and therefore we look to other parties in the Crown's fund. So how we invest, climate change and flooding is hugely much focus here in the Buller. And so we also have to be mindful not only of Buller District Council's rating needs, but also West Coast Regional Council's rating needs in terms of flood protection. And even going as far as looking at what our electricity and what its challenges are, because it all comes out of one pocket, being the rate part here in the Buller. So we've just got to try and find that balance. The things that we'll talk about some levers a bit further on, but we obviously looking over the 10-year plan. How can we move things around in that 10-year? Because this thing that we'll work over the next few weeks to try and see if we get it right. And the final one really is the Three Waters. And politically, there's a lot of people making strong statements on it, and really now Buller was really, from a financial perspective, the Three Waters entity was really critical to reduce the cost here in this community. It's not sitting there now to be done, so we've got to do what we can to address it, and part of today's discussion will be looking at that in a little bit detail.
So I'm going to touch on the political outlook as we do a bit of a pestle analysis. So prior to, we've been developing this long-term plan now for many months. Prior to the October election, there was the theme of uncertainty flowed throughout our planning around what the election would actually produce and what would it mean for our district moving forwards. Certainly, Douglas has just touched on the critical issue for us is the affordability of the water reform. And there are two very different approaches being talked about. We're juggling with what the RMA reform would also look like. And ourselves also looking at reviewing our representation across the district based on population data. And we also undertook quite a significant waste management consultation process. So these are all things that occurred pre-election. Post-election, right now today, we still are carrying some degree of uncertainty around what reform looks like. We do have a very clear message now with the government's 100-day plan, their plan to repeal Three Waters. But the problem for us doesn't go away because they repeal that legislation. In fact, you'll see in the numbers, it is with us. So we need to deal with that. We've also got the uncertainty around what the RMA reform also looks like locally for us. Certainly, though, community engagement is a big part of the LTP process. And again, that's why running these workshops now in public throughout until we adopt our consultation document in March is going to be part of how we bring the community along the journey with us as we establish why did we get to that position in March next year. And obviously also delivering to the regional plan, TTOPP, that is ongoing and that is moving through its process at the moment. Over to you, Lynn.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the introduction so far. I think it's been really good to see what we've started out with is the sort of community outcomes that we've worked through in the New Zealand Outlook, but looking to our local economy and where we are looking, our GDP growth is greater in 22 in the Buller compared to the rest of New Zealand. There's actually some context around that we need to be aware of, and this is actually that we've just had the flood events which have actually fed into a lot of the lot of the growth in the economy. And we've actually seen a situation where some of the numbers are not really telling the story that our community is feeling. So we're keeping that in mind as we've built this long-term plan. We know that farming and agriculture is still some of our biggest employment and economic generation in the area, but we're looking also really carefully as we build the plan around affordability. And we're quite aware that as a community, we have got some numbers that the stats put up for us, and they say that we've got really high median incomes and so forth. But actually the reality is we actually have potentially a lot of high level wage or income earners and a whole lot of lower, and that's actually averaging out. So what we're mindful of is that we need to keep account of where our demographic is and where a lot of our community are actually living at that lower level. So we've talked about that as a group at different times, and I think it's important to put it up again and refer back to that. Just touching on a couple of other points there, I think that we're saying our average house prices are lower and so forth. These are numbers we've looked at before. There's probably not much more to add there. But one more slide from me, I think, if that's right. We've got future. Yeah. So the future landscape for us is what can we do around jobs? What can we do to increase that? And how can we get some economic growth going? And this is the difficult position for us as a council team. What things are we doing in our plan that are actually growing that and looking forward? It's quite difficult at the moment with the uncertainty around the political framework that Steve's just told us about. So we've got quite a few areas where we're not really sure at the moment, so it's quite tricky to make some good, straightforward decisions. We're looking at what we could possibly do for tourism in the area and master planning. You'll see quite a bit of that being done in the last few years to good effect. We've got some work around the wharf and the dredge, which Douglas will talk to us later on at the latter part of this presentation, but that's a really key part of our long-term plan and our growth potential. So the future landscape is looking uncertain at best, and I think especially around affordability, we keep coming back to that. What will actually happen with the water as well? So I think that's about my introduction around the local part, and I'll hand back to you now. Who's going after me? John, thank you.
So I'm going on, thanks Lynn. So I'm going on to talk about the social and cultural outlook. So obviously just remember this was the environmental scan that we done with the councillors about 8 to 10 weeks ago. Please don't quote me on that. So there's low ethnic diversity across the region. However, different ethnicity groups are increasing in population over time. In terms of age brackets, age 55 to 59 is the most prominent demographic. Housing bucks a trend across New Zealand at present, with the house prices increasing. But in terms of the average household price, the household cost, it's still not in line with the rest of New Zealand, and I'm sure we're all aware. Our population is decreasing consistently since 2013, which only apart from 1 year, which is 2022. The percentage of people living in crowded conditions is the lowest. We are the lowest in New Zealand at 4.4% versus Auckland, which is the worst at 15.8%. So that's a really good message. The overall percentage of the people who feel safe walking alone is higher than the rest of the country. So again, that's another good outlook for us. In terms of our future landscape, I think it's important to note that we need a focus on inclusivity, as well as how we can ensure that any type of culture feels welcome, with some of the numbers and the numbers from different backgrounds increasing over time. Unfortunately, population looks steady like it's going to continue to decrease. We do need to establish how we buck that trend, as it holds a risk for the district both financially and also as a place to live, and how we attract different people to the area. One great news story, and I'm one of those, came over last year. It's proven to be a very nice place to bring children up. I would definitely agree with that. Young families will want to come here. I did. But only if the relevant job opportunities are there for everyone. Senior housing uncertainty, I think we need to make some decisions with that as to how we move forward with it. And as I think we've alluded to the whole presentation so far, the affordability concerns are there, especially with the key uncertainties around water. And it is an ever-changing environment, and I think a push is needed as to how we attract more people to the district. So that probably goes hand in hand with the second bullet point. So now I'm going to pass over to Douglas, who will look at our technological outlook.
Just a quick talk about what does this mean for our community. So we often it's the internet in some terms. Now accessibility here in the Bulla is it's sort of consistent, I suppose, to New Zealand, but uptake hasn't been so great. But one of the great wins here is the Starlink network, which is the satellites that up in the stratosphere, I suppose you can call it. And from a civil defence perspective, as one of your controllers here, that's a huge bonus because now, when the old line fault goes, we'll be able to communicate outside to the outside world and tell them what we need to help us. But I suppose that's one of the trends going forward. Communication internet will still tend to grow, however. As I said before, looking at how we work with electricity and sort of finding any opportunities to work with them in this space will be of interest. And the last one, although there's a limited number of electric bikes and e-scooters, that's another part of technology making changes to how we transport and get around here, particularly since there's no great buses running around the district providing public transport opportunities. Yes, there are alternatives. But it's that type of technological change we'll look to see how we can work with, not necessarily be funding, but work with to bring it into Bristol. Steve.
I feel like I might repeat myself a bit on this one around the legislative outlook. The uncertainty is a message you've heard again and again, and I think that's challenging us as we set a 10-year plan, is the level of uncertainty that's facing our community and our council around how we set up a budget, not really understanding what legislation is going to actually end up being approved in the next 20, 30, 100 days or beyond. I guess it's been touched on, we've supported the water reform because it's critical to the affordability of our community. And we need to keep pushing that message. And so we will be communicating with the government at the earliest chance as to our position around the water reform and its impact on our budgets and the affordability for our community. The challenge is that we have no control over the response. Our job is just to put the facts in front of as many people as we can to identify what that problem means for our community. And I guess out to the future, and this may not be in the next 2 to 3 years, this might be within the next 10-year period. Is there any future for a local government reform? And what would that mean for us as a community here in Bulla and on the West Coast? That is something that we can't control. We can't even talk to it because we don't know. But certainly the future for local government has indicated a number of those changes that might come down the pipeline. Again, what the government of the day does with that, we're unsure.
Sure. Cool. Just a few quick bullet points on the environmental horizon. So current landscape, this one again, approximately 85% of the land in the Bulla is in public ownership, so it's not subject to rates. So that's quite significant for us. The building consents have seen a steady increase, which is nice. A little slight levelling off at the moment, but again, those numbers are still fairly strong. Resource consents are actually fairly similar. And I think I've flagged it before, increasing a number of, and complexity as well, some more complex resource consents that we're seeing with the team. It relates to natural hazards with the mountains, the coastline, etc. I believe New Zealand, mitigating current infrastructure or certainly future infrastructure, having a good understanding of what it looks like and where it should be to protect it from some of those natural hazards. And a few examples there, AF8, statistically that's quite the likelihood increases of that. So council needs to consider what it might do in respect of some of those events and have a good contingency plan, I suppose, so we can be quite resilient to some of these challenges that we face. So future expected, yep, I think most of us know and accept that. It's expected changes for us on the West Coast, warmer, wetter, more frequent weather events, increased stormwater flooding expected. You could just consider that as expected more flooding. RMA reform, that's an interesting one at the moment, quite challenging for the team. Again, change in government, all of a sudden change in direction. But I guess certainly from a council perspective, the changes are coming and we need to understand, work with those and adapt with them.
Increased demand expected for water. The council infrastructure needs investment, and that question again, that's going to come up an awful lot. That's that affordability question, which is front in our minds. Again, going on the natural hazards, some of the hazards that we're subject here to, and adaptation planning is a huge part of the work that needs to be considered. And what does this look like? And it's obviously a big part of the work that will involve a lot of consultation with the community.
Right, great. Thanks, Sean, and thanks to the other team there for presenting. So that's given us a bit of context. The whole point of that is that we've had that early steer from our community on some of the key things that are valuable to them or prioritised for them in their minds at least, and then some of the other factors that influence the district. Some we can control, some we can't, and how we navigate all of that through. So we'll just have some quick pause for questions on the slides so far, if any. If we can just bring up the ones attending on Zoom so I can see them again. And yeah, are there any questions from the table for starters? A lot of councillors have seen this information or very similar previously, so this first section is probably more for the benefit of the community out there who just perhaps helps them understand the multifaceted sort of influences that go into a long-term plan that all have an effect, positive and negative, on what we can and can't do here in the district. So I'm not seeing a lot of questions. If everyone's happy, we'll move on to the next section.
Okay, so we'll get into a bit more than meaty stuff now. So I'm not going to go through this in too much detail. Perhaps just a couple of things. Compliance is just a fact of life in so many parts of local government business. We're here to enforce regulation. We're there to enforce bylaws. We're there to set a standard for New Zealand and our community. Some of those standards are set by government, and so one of the biggest challenges we've got going forward is meeting government compliance. And Mike will go through water in a lot more detail because that's the one that's really got a big hit for us. But compliance can mean many things. Hopefully everyone's aware that we get audited every year on the council's annual report. So the auditors come in and they're looking to make sure it reflects a true and fair financial result as they see it on behalf of the community of the borough. But they also come and audit our long-term plan, and they're looking for many things. So you'll hear us talk about the OAG, or the Office of the General. So that's the government public watchdog who does a lot of does all the heavy lift in the public sector, local and central government. And he appoints auditors to us, and here in Bola we have Ernst & Young, who are a private chartered accounting firm who do a number of local government audits in New Zealand. So they come in and they will spend time working through, understanding that our budgets all make sense, they all add up, the models work, but they're also looking for a number of tests. And here's some of them they'll be looking for. They'll also their own little pilot tests they look for. The great thing is there's a lot of guidance that councils like us can rely upon here. So Taitahara, which is the Society of Local Government Managers, provides some good leadership here. Local Government New Zealand also provides good leadership in the space. But as an entity, we've built up a set of skills over elected members, over our staff, and over our community over time, all looking for what we think is reasonable practice. So things like level of service do you get what you want out of that council service, be it water or refuse or library or best near the MBS, which is awesome. And then we just have to consider, been through the well-beings, what that means. The great process that you do in local government is you go out and ask about the well-beings, where the outcomes are, they what people think. The tricky challenges, we all like those things. We want some that are more higher or lower than preference, but some people don't pay for them. That's the tricky bit, is to try and figure out how you meet those. The benefits, who benefits is a really key thing. Obviously, you try and charge those for services where it's appropriate. You often get people saying, I don't want to pay a high level of building consent inspection or that type of thing. Well, reality is you're receiving a service from the council, and therefore we do charge you for that service because it's directly to you. But rates come in and pay for public services where we all benefit to a degree. And then the bit that us accountants like having a look at is, can we slow it down, can we defer it, or can we stop it? And they're the challenging bits. Is there stuff we just don't need to do? And ultimately, there are public or community discussion about that. The council's deciding. Deferring has pros and cons about it. Either let's take it from that year and put it out in that year, or could we do a bit less of it? How can we slow it down and reduce our costs and our impact? So these are the sort of things over the next few months we'll be spending, particularly that last bit, a lot of time. What can we change?
Right. Looking through the budgets that we've worked up so far, we've got some really key headwinds facing us at the moment. We've got costs associated with staffing movements, increase in interest costs and insurance. I think every household would feel the same. We've got reduction in investment interest due to less term deposits because we're using our term deposits to fund our activity, our capital expenditure. We've got some key issues we're looking at as well, working with Buller Holdings, and that's around the subvention payment or the dividend that comes from our holding company. As we know, the environment that they're operating in is different than what it was a few years ago. And every year for the last 10 years, we've banked on receiving a distribution of $1.3 million, which goes into the council and offsets the requirement for general rates. So as we work with them on their future business and how that looks, we've got questions there. One thing that we need to be really clear about as a group going into the LTP discussion this year is that last year we held down the water rates, which was to not increase those across all of the schemes. And that gave us a $1.2 million deficit. What that means is that we've actually got overdrawn accounts essentially for many of our schemes. And when we go to look at the future of rates, we need to actually recoup that plus take into account all of the additional costs that are coming online for us. So this is why when we say we wanted the Three Waters reform, we were definitely waiting for that. So we've got a lot of discussion to be had around that fact. We did have that in last annual plan consultation document. We're looking for additional or new revenue streams, and we've got that as part of our financial strategy to always look for something new. Where can we get some more revenue from? What can we do? And I know there's been a whole lot of great work done around that, especially around the port in the last few years. We've still yet to see anything come to fruition at the moment. And of course, you go back to that same old chestnut, political uncertainty and legislation change and regulatory reform. So a few headwinds for us as we set the scene. So it's not sounding too cheery. However, this is the reality we're in. So we're well aware of it. So I can talk to this slide and then I think to explain what we're wanting to show here to set the scene is that this is where the rates go by the activity group. So really what we're seeing here is to try and give you an indication of when your rates are paid, what activities they head to. So see how on the left-hand side we've got water supplies, that's just under 22% of the rates that we collect around that, looking after the water supplies. Wastewater is 15%, that's that large grey chunk below that. And the other large slice of the pie that we see there is roading and transport. And that's really interesting to see in terms of rates because we get a lot of funding from Waka Kotahi. So our contributions that much and we get a whole lot more from subsidies, which is showing the volume of spending and activity in the roading network for us as a community. And then out to the side, we also see community services has quite a lot of spend. That just sort of sets the scene in the context of where our rates are going right now. Would you like to talk to this one?
I'll talk to this one. So the current LTP has got a pretty significant rate increase. As you'll see at the bottom, that's probably the headline number that people look at, which is the benefit on under 32%. I do want to just stress for those listening in, that is, we would say, worst case scenario. There's certain things we can do, but what we've done is we've done everything in that we need to know about and we think we need to do in year one to get that clear understanding. So we'll be putting out more information, obviously, over the next few weeks and months, seeking feedback as to when people think we can make changes or make adjustments. The two parts, though, Lynn's referred to one of them, is in the Three Waters. We had that difficult decision as council last year. We knew full well if the Three Waters came in, Bullock people would have lower rates and charges. So did we increase them last year, knowing that they would see some benefit of a reduction, or did we hold? And so we took a view, we'll hold. The downside is we've not got to catch up on them. So part of that movement there of the 14% is that 1.2 million, as Lynn just said, needs to be recouped. But then we've also got issues with cost that flows through our contracts in terms of CPI, increases as the standard of schemes improve, we do a bit more running costs, and we've got more costs. Solid waste is one that does fly under the radar. We've had a great process recently where community have given us feedback on how we collect refuse, but there are increased costs, and again, government standards lift. So of our 32%, just under 15% of it is rated to our general rates. In our target rates, sorry. In our general rates, the balance there just on 17%. Quite a big movement in roading and transport. Now, this one is very fortunate here. It gets 75% of its local road share comes from Whakatahi or Land Transport New Zealand. 100% of the road to Kalamea and its associated infrastructure comes from the government. So we're very fortunate in that. We've put in a reasonably, a program to maintain and look after assets in perpetuity. We're not sure yet though whether the Crown and Transport New Zealand will fund their share. So that's something that has got quite a big impact on our rates, but we just don't know yet. We expect if they talk about your assets being kept robust long term, then they'll also fund us to make sure our assets are kept long term. The rest of the movements through there and spread, you can see it. We'll work through in more detail those in due course. The outlook here by activity in terms of rates, when we look out over the 10-year period, our total rates movement, so there we looked at this first year, is actually just on 80%. So that's over 10 years. Simple number, it's 8% per year. It's not that simple though, because some years are less, some years are higher. So our challenge is to work with the council and community to try and spread that light, as I said before. Slow, defer, or stop. What are the things we can change to take that burden away? The thing we're doing though is we're bringing to the attention, and I know again, I'll repeat my comment before, I know a lot of people might sit and go, well, actually, you're not doing your job. Well, actually, we are doing your job. We are bringing to you the challenge of what we've got. Now we need to bring it into some sort of sensible arrangement of what we can do. Borrowing is one of them, using some cash reserves is another, using other parties' external income. We would love to put in that the government might fund more things than they're saying they're funding, maybe try and second guess Three Waters, they might fund that. They've not given us any steer on that. So right now, this is our best case or our worst case scenario that we've got there. My final point in this area here is the issue of water. So water is really the big tricky issue that every council is now having to look and see how it faces. So as you know, we're doing a rates review at the moment, and I've really appreciated the time I've spent with a few people in recent weeks going through how they see the rates review. The rates review has been challenging for this community, and it's pushed back 3 times so far. There's a few things we're looking at differently here, and particularly in the water space. There's a number of issues about how we rate for our water. We need to test as to whether we can do better. Are we rating everybody we should and could rate? And this one we're putting up there today for consideration, and we'll be putting more information out over the next few weeks. Currently we have targeted or water rates that relate to each specific community. That's been a rating process used by councils across New Zealand, particularly in more of a rural or a smaller metropolitan area for many, many years. But over time, district rating, which is what some refer to as flood rating, is coming in. So that is where you look to join up all your water and your wastewater schemes under sort of one rate, and you share the burden. The difficulty is, and I'm sure it's probably not too hard to understand, small schemes per property are expensive to run. So one of the reasons there was big local government amalgamation in 1999 was there were 400 odd councils in those days, where some of the smaller councils, it was just not viable for them. So they grouped them up. As the CEO said before, another thing that can be looked up is, do you group up and bulk up? Again, that was why Three Waters was so critical here. So we'll be putting information out so people, say in Westport, can understand that if they were being asked now to help fund other communities, what would that mean for their rates compared to if they were just sitting in this Westport? Equally, some of our smaller schemes, they might say, no, we can battle on. Some of the rate numbers we're seeing are quite frankly just ludicrous. They're just too expensive, they're too hard. So one of the reasons you have larger entities who are like what Buller was prior to its amalgamation 9, to try to get some efficiencies of scale. So this is something we'll certainly be putting out to have further discussion on.
So the other side of the equation, of course, in the finance world is that's that tricky old chestnut, isn't it? Is it rates or is it debt? How are we going to fund this? And knowing full well that if it's debt, that's got a long-term implication for rates ongoing. So these lines on the screen here are something that I've been looking at really closely, and these are the bits that that as prudent, careful caretakers of council finance, we really want to make sure we're very clear on. That red line through the middle, that's 25 million. That's our net debt threshold that we've set in our financial strategy right now. That's the amount of debt that we say in our strategy we're prepared to bear. Now, we know full well that we breached that in the 2024 and 3 annual plans due to some reasoning around flood recovery and other things that were discussed in those plans. So we're actually already at that mark. But seeing those blue bars heading up, we're looking to actually hit a peak debt situation, external debt that is, of 60 million some years out. And we have a yellow line, which is where our current banking covenants sit. They say, hey, we're not going to allow you to have external borrowings of greater than that. Now, the thing that we need to be very clear about with the budgets that we've got and the 30-odd% rates proposal that's been floated, just drafted, not set in stone, is that we don't have some key bits of work done. And those key pieces of work in our budget are in the infrastructure area, and that is around compliance with drinking water. We haven't got sufficient capital budgets. We've only got a tiny little taste of a capital budget, not the amount we believe we need to actually achieve compliance in our Northern Buller schemes and further work that's needed at Punakaiki. We haven't also got some significant stormwater works required. I think the value of some $12 million, Mike, was proposed and not included here. So if I was to put just a stab in the dark on it, maybe we need another $20 million more capital expenditure. You can imagine what that graph's going to look like. So right now it's important for us to be really aware of where we're sitting in debt, in terms of debt and around our financial strategy and what we're prepared to do and how we achieve this, because we're looking not just at high rates, but also high debt. And that's not a very easy situation to be in. And this is why the team's been coming back and talking so much about this. Looking at it by those external borrowings by activity, we've just tried to give a reflection on where their capital spend is driving that debt. And over the life of the plan, you can see it looks pretty much similar. The blue area is the CCO, so that's the borrowings to buy the shares in our CCO. And then the three waters is the key part there, look at that. So the small amount for 22-23 is the first bar graph, and then the next year, which we're in now, is looking a bit of a jump, but look at that great big leap up where we need to keep moving and get compliant, or start moving towards compliance, be more resilient and achieve some work that's required. So we're looking at quite a lot of movement in terms of capital spending and debt. Yeah.
And probably final thing I think we've got here is, well, what levers can we pull and play with and see. So, yep, reducing budgets, certainly something else to be considered. There's not, just slide back to the previous slide just for a second, John. One of the things, if you look at the profile here, is that commentators, you know, and I speak to the friends from media here, they like to focus on things that are not nice to have. Well, actually, in our debt profile here, there's a massive chunk of three waters. Well, that's pretty well must have. You've got issues about community facilities. There's not a lot here, not big fancy museums or theatres. We've done those prudently over time. The CCO debt, that's all about how we set up our holding company and our West Reef and our work arrangement works there. That's a good sensible use there. So a debt's been focused on stuff you would so like to think is the nice to have. So to give that next point, John. Asset sales, the term I would talk about is you don't go out just looking for your surplus assets. The thing we need to do is say, what are the assets? And we're talking predominantly land and buildings that the council needs to keep long term, and try and skinny that down. We did a lot of work on insurance, those who watch the council business, to try and figure out what they need to insure. We didn't make a lot of money out of that, but out of that, didn't make a lot of savings out of that when we set insurance in November. But what we did do is set the scene to find out, actually, maybe going forward there is some stuff, we just don't need to insure at that level, and ownership comes into that key there. Could we run a few more deficits? I referred about half an hour ago to balance in the box. One positive is that our balance in the book calculation, we have to have 100% of our operating costs that we funded by operating revenues. Currently, we're sitting at somewhere between 107 to 111% year in, year out. That means there's a little bit of room to move there to make that balance. One's got to be a bit careful in that regard though, because if you get too close to that 100%, you could easily dip below it with an event that might hobble you. But then again, if you get an event like the floods was a good one, the council's pulled on cash reserves to fund some of its flood recovery, sensible use of cash reserves. But you've also got to keep cash reserves to make sure you can use them if you need them. It's that question of kicking the can down the road. In other words, we won't pay for it today, we'll pay for it down the track. Well, yeah, that's just not sensible. We talked about water compliance, and then we talked about our term deposits. So we have roughly about 14 million worth of term deposits currently. We carefully use those. We manage our treasury on that. We also have some internal borrowing, which we routinely use, which is part of our cash flow management as well. The final comment I make from me is, if you go back to that slide, John. So in here, we borrow money from, Here we borrow money from at one of our main banks, and we also borrow money from what's called the local government funding agency. Those total bank funders is 55 million. This council's got quite a conservative approach with it. Does not guarantee other councils within the local government funding agency. That's not necessarily a bad thing. About 4 or 5 councils from memory take that approach. The only problem is we are limited to a $20 million cap on that basis. Why is that critical to raise here? Well, if we actually go back and look at that guarantee and see what value it does or doesn't add to us in council, if we went away with that, we can actually borrow cheaper because we then get opened up to the balance of what other councils have. So we're going to have to do some work over that over the next few months to determine, actually, would that be sensible to do? Yes, it opens you up to more risk for a council potentially having a problem and you having to be responsible for it, but cheaper debt might be the sensible balance to make sure we can actually fund ourselves going forward. So just, again, levers we can pull to try and make things easier for our community.
Righto, quite a bit to digest there. We'll go with questions first, and then Douglas, just as there specific things you're seeking specific guidance on. So we'll go for questions first. Can we bring up the online basis?
Yeah, of course, sorry.
Refton, Graham, happy to take anything if you've got it. You're all good. Okay, so Douglas, what sort of guidance here or further discussion are you wanting across the room on those slides?
Yeah, I just probably the key bit of help at the moment is that, and there's not a lot of nice to haves in this budget. We asked the question about grants deliberately because we need to know whether, because that is a simple one. Okay, we won't fund through rates grants for people like museums and that type of activity. You can see some balance. So any feeling the community can give us back on that would be useful. One of the bits of information we'll put out is who we fund. The question about stepping in our rate movements, one of the things we will definitely be looking at is, okay, could we, instead of like 30%, we all agree that that's just not going to be palatable, how do we work around that? But what is that palatable figure? The council was looking early on and trying to say, well, could we stay within a 5 to 7% range for total rates movements? And it's really important to note that not every property in Bulla pays a target rate for water or wastewater. That's based around the urban area. So there's a large rural component that just pay a general rate. But do people have a view on that? As I said, over that 10-year period, currently we're looking at an 80% rate movement, but Mrs. Brooks highlighted we haven't got all the water issues captured or in there. So that 80% will lift, but it won't impact every rate part because of the water. So some view on that. This issue about club rating. If you live in Westport, would you happily help fund the people, say, in people in Muggarai with their water, Little Wanganui with their sewer? Give us a feel on that. It's that type of thing that makes communities hopefully stronger when they support each other in times of challenge. The issue of borrowing, it's always challenging. Are you comfortable that the council, if it's showing a borrowing curve that is reasonable, are you comfortable with that? Or is there a point where you say, no, we had that 25 million limit in there and that's where you've got to be? As Mrs. Brooks said, we had to step over that. Some of these are very high-level financial things, but actually they go to the heart of what we're trying to deliver here. So your worship, some comment on that would be really good. And like anything, you know, any idea is a good idea. And yeah, if you've got a question you want to ask us, or do you fund this, or do you spend money on that, ask the question. You know, Westport News is really good at asking us a lot of interesting questions, and that's what makes local government transparent. So if you've got a question, somebody else will have it. Tell us what it is. Let's get it out there. Let's try and explain as easy as we can as to what we have to fund.
Okay, councillor. So there's a couple of good, pretty chunky things there to talk about. So I think let's tackle debt first, and appetite for debt ceiling, and discussion around that. So currently net debt of 25 mil. So from what I took from that slide, we were talking about that going to circa 50. Yep. So feelings on that around the table from the scale of no, not ever, no chance to you know, it is what it is, or whatever. I don't know. Give me some discussion. Andrew?
Yeah, if we're going to local government reform, maybe we could up our debt levels, because then they might take all off us in the future. Because I imagine every council in the country is having the same discussion, and you've either got to have the ratepayers pay or increase your debt. But increasing your debt, as we know as householders, eventually it falls back on your rates anyway. So if we're talking about intergenerational debt, it is a little bit of a false economy to say that we should increase our debt, but everyone here talks about the compliance aspect of it, and if we have to do stuff by law, and there's only two ways to pay. I'd rather increase the debt than chuck it all on the ratepayer, to be honest.
Councillor Howard?
Just a few observations. I think it's uncertainty around the political environment, but it seems to me that the National is saying that they expect the debt levels to be higher and communities to fund it. But also, I think they're still talking about funding around that 10-year infrastructure. So I think it's very important things that we need to do. We need to include in our 10-year plan. But this is going to take a wee while to work through the process. So maybe it's a bit of a timing just to move it a little bit to hopefully get more government support around our infrastructure. Debt, I think it's inevitable it's going to have to increase, but I think we need to be very mindful. Our population sitting at 55 to 59, that's going to move, these people are going to move into retirement, so our ability to service debt, pushing on to the next generation is not, we need to be mindful and how can you use this?
Colin, views on debt?
I want to comment on, sorry, but I'm not going to comment on anything because I can't comment on narrative. Okay, I want to see numbers, and then I can then relate those numbers to proposed net debt. At the moment, as far as I'm concerned, we're talking narrative, so I'm going to pass the comment at the moment.
Councillor Sampson?
Just on the numbers, what is our current amount relating to percent room rates? It was $70,000 at one stage. What is it now?
Net debt per rateable property, is that what you're talking about?
Net debt percentage. For example, if you know, we've got something worth $100,000, it would be 1.2, was at $80,000 per 1% of rents. So when we're looking at cutting back, what effect is it going to have?
Oh, how much of our percentage on rates is servicing debt now? Is that what you're
No,
asking?
I've
Okay,
jumped away from the debt, I've talked away generally as to spend.
I'll have a look and see if I'll calculate it up for you.
You understand exactly what I'm saying?
If I can, there's one number that I've certainly been looking at, so our capital spend over the next 10 years, let's go to these numbers, 189 million, and I'll circulate these numbers by the way. 189 million, of which 81 million is coming from the Rock Potato Land Transport New Zealand work program, so that's half country road, so that's a huge bonus. 25 million of that will come from debt itself, so it's not, in terms of our capital spend, it's not arguably a big percentage, 25 million there. And another 25 million, which is related to waters, comes from actually our targeted rate water accounts. That's actually a good thing. It means we are generating enough income to allow us to do some of our capital from income that is not necessarily a longer term thing. So roughly 3/4 of our debt is coming from those sources. There are a number of other sources in terms of external incomes and using the cash deposit and that type of thing. But in terms of using borrowings, actually we've hopefully been reasonably judicious in that basis to try and achieve as well as possible on that basis. But I think one of the good metrics which we have in our system, which we'll put out again, is those numbers that Councillor referred to as the debt per property, interest as a percentage and how that works, so people can see that, and also the repayment process, because that's very important. It's easy to lift debt, but as the graph showing, if you want to see it tipping at some point, otherwise it becomes never ending. There are some councils who part of the strategy is they never pay their debt back. Actually, that's fine, but actually you never get that debt back. And so, working hard to make sure there is that repayment process too.
I think I may have interpreted your question, which is what's the value spend, which makes up a percentage of the general rate?
And then it relates back to is our spending, is our debt borrowing, which also relates to the interest rate as to what we're paying back each year, and that's what I'm saying, what does.
Okay. So just to give some context, in the year that we're in right now, 1% of our general rates is $140,000 spent. And in the first year of the LTP, it's 170,000. So to save 1%, yeah, so it's around that order. That's how you would save 1%. And with our borrowings, we've got an average interest rate in there around the 6.5%. I can get that detail back later if you want to park it at percentages. Get that back to you later.
Grant, Councillor Weston, sorry.
But if or when the Three Waters gets canned, it's certainly going to affect a lot of our smaller communities for compliance costs. So that's certainly going to go through the roof as well.
Yep. So we'll get to water in a sec. So debt. Is there anything further questions around debt?
There's one question I want to pose to Laura, if at all possible. We did in terms of the levers that we could pull. There was the second bottom one was around us assuming external funding. For example, for things like water compliance in terms of regulations from Matarawai and Northern Buller. What that will do, obviously they both have pros and cons, but what that will do is we will be audited, we will receive a qualification on the audit. It's pretty much guaranteed that will be the case. But if we put those numbers in terms of assuming external funding, it will make a significant impact to the rates figure. So we need to get some sort of, if we can gain a understanding, if you'd be keen to see that information, then we can certainly look at doing that for you. So that would be a question I would like to pose to the floor.
So I think what John's saying, if I can summarise, is the concept of stripping out the supplies where it is just exponentially off the scale to reach compliance, and parking them to one side and saying we acknowledge that they will not comply. They cannot comply in an affordable way for that community, but being very open about that, not hiding it, and that stripping that out of the debt profile and seeing what that looks like in terms of our net debt and going forward.
Absolutely, but and the thing about it is if we don't do that and we put it in the budget, then we would probably, the risk you face is down the line when we try and gain funding from that from central government, they say, well, you've put it in your budget, and there's potential that they could say you budgeted for it anyway, so therefore you're assuming that you can pay for that. So that's something we need to think about, Cliff.
Okay, Lynn, and then back to Tony.
Thank you. I was wanting to be, might be almost talking around the same thing. The budget that's in front of us today with the 30% rates increase and the big jump in the debt does not have the Northern Buller compliance requirements in it. If it did, our capital spend and our debt would be higher. So at the moment, we're not addressing the elephant in the room with our budget. I think what John's question may be framed up is, hey, is it sensible that we actually put those in and assume that some external funding is coming to pay for it? Because it's pretty clear that debt is probably not a good, I'm not sure, but that's the question we're asking, what's the right thing to do? But if we put an assumption that some external fund is coming, we find this magical unicorn to provide all, at that point, we need to be clear that we're going to have a qualified audit report on our long-term plan. They'll say, no, we're not happy with that because you're making an assumption based on, it's a hope. There's no guarantee. You're not really using good decision.
But then on the flip side, at least we've got the Northern Buller supplies in.
What was that, sorry?
At least the Northern Buller supplies we would then be budgeting for it. As we moved in the process.
No, so at the moment, the number doesn't include even getting there, and it's still pretty.
We know what it would be with it.
Like,
I flagged 20 million earlier, that was just that, because I haven't seen the costings, but Mike could speak more clearly to that.
That will come up in the infrastructure slide deck about what the potential cost could be to be compliant.
Yeah, we had been bitten before by putting money in the budget for.
Yeah.
So, my man, and then couldn't.
yeah, we have pretty much guaranteed a qualified audit.
Tony.
Well, you know, really, before we start to make decisions on that, we need to talk to people that it affects and giving them the choices, because they're the ones that have the supplies and make them what I need water. So
That's really the
yeah,
consultation.
I think we really do need to get onto that quite swiftly.
Colin.
Thank you. Just picking up on what John's saying, in terms of qualified audit, we had a qualified audit in the last LTP, as we know. It's not a biggie as far as being qualified. You get a you get reported, obviously, to Parliament, you're going to get reported to Parliament regardless. It's part of the Auditor General's report to Parliament every year, sorry, every 3 years. Now, plan is a plan, and I've noticed in the past that not everything goes in the long-term plan, or even on an annual plan. I'm not going to be able to detail just yet. The fact of the matter is, if we say we've got to do this, but if we put this in the audit, in our plan, then if there's any external funding may be available, then because we've got it in our plan, we may not get that money. Well, that's not true, I'm afraid. The fact of the matter is, I don't care if it's purchasing 2 rubbers extra, or you raise it or pens, it's got to be in the plan, okay? Let's expand it a bit further. We're talking about compliance for water or whatever that might be. It has got to be in the plan. And next year, I would not want to see an annual plan coming out for 20, well, not next year, the year after, coming out for 25, 26, whatever. And me having to ask the question, why wasn't an annual plan, so the long-term plan in the first instance? Now, this is historical, and I've got the facts to support it. At the moment, anything we talk about goes into this long-term plan. If we're lucky enough to get funding, I'm sorry, I'm going to bring up the talk about what I named before, the 650K. I know for a fact that DIA accepted that money, that proposal by BDC for 650,000. I've got it through an LAA, I've got it. So the mere fact that we have it in the budget, I'm not going to go on into it any further, unless someone wants to bring it in. whatever we have planned goes into the long-term budget, regardless of regardless of the funding or the source of the funding. Very, very hot on this, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Very hot.
Don't need to apologise, I'm not defending it, you're giving your view, that's fine.
So that's where I stand on it. John, you are correct when bringing this up, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate bringing it up, but it's something that we all must be aware of. Okay, everything has got to be understood.
So you, I'm not sure about specifics of Waimea now, but certainly some of the funding over my term as mayor, if it's been already in your approved annual or long-term plans, it is not eligible to be applying for. This is for capital stuff that like to, I don't know, PGF or different things. There was certainly some exclusions around that. So we're not saying that we don't know, we're guessing, but we don't want to put something in that we're never going to fund. And then we find that actually it excluded us from being able to apply for some fund that didn't become available.
That's saying to me that, Mr. Mayor, sorry, that we may need to leave something out of the long-term plan, just in case we can get some external funding from a third party. And that's not the way things should operate. Sorry, this is a long-term, this is a plan for the Buller community, the Buller district over a 10-year period. As I said before, if I have to find out we've got two big pens and 2 roses, that's fine.
Yeah. But it won't be that, it'll be probably about $12 million worth of treatment plants on about 400 people. That's what it'll be.
That, I'm afraid to say, is open to discussion later on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not into ballpark figures at the moment.
Joe.
I think we're just saying there's a plan and there's a budget, something to be acknowledged that we can acknowledge that we really need to do for various reasons, maybe compliance, but we can say it's not affordable, we cannot include it in the budget, but we can still recognise it in our long-term plan as a project of work that really should external funding come available that be acknowledged we need to get it done.
Tony.
I suppose, it's that, what if external funding is that unicorn, it's that thing that might not happen, and then what happens if that doesn't happen? Which is like even worse. So you really just, no one's got a crystal ball. I think we should be quite prudent about which choices that they're making now, because it's just a guess, really.
So just to Councillor Reedy's point, because that just triggered something. If we were to do, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, Councillor Reedy, if everything went in the plan, so this is out 100%, we're moving to compliance on all that, on all our supplies and everything. And then in year 3, that actually was going to mean we were going to be sending Waimea or Mokanui a water bill for $6,000 or whatever. So we decide then as a council not to do it. Does that then trigger like a whole community consultation because we're not doing substantial things we said we were going to do in the long-term plan?
In terms
If you get to year 2, so that's the best example, you drop it into year 2 and you say, I must spend another 10 million on going down this road. And you get to year 2 and you suddenly go, we're relying on some external funding, or we did get external funding, it becomes an exception to the long-term plan and you report on it. Most councils are dealing with issues where they're adding something to their second year of their long-term plan or their third year of their long-term plan. So that's where predominantly that's what legislation will put in place. But equally, if you're taking something out and you've had appropriate discussion and consultation with the community, you make a decision, that's another way you do that too. And there's plenty of councils, I'm not saying part one, but who slot things in just in the last year of the year 10, or just in the last day of year 3 to cover those sort of opportunities. It's not necessarily the best thing to do, but it is also covering options where you need to, where you might have a major upgrade or asset, but you don't want to impact on the 10-year plan.
Okay, just to support, I think to be clear, I think what you're asking is this going to spark an LTP amendment? And that's the question that you're asking us, I think, and that's where we'd have to understand the quantum of what's needed, but that's a potential where you need to actually revisit your LTP, have another audit, a whole lot of work and cost. So
I understand what Councillor Reedy's saying, and I don't necessarily disagree, as you're being absolutely upfront. You're saying, actually, council's got to comply, and this is the true cost of that. Let's just say comply, whatever, whether that's a road or a bridge or a water supply, that's the cost of that. Then in year 2 or 3, it's very clear that that means everyone just goes broke. So you're not going to do that. So yes, that's what the plan says you should do, but you're clearly not going to do that. But right now, we probably know we're not going to do that. So should that feels a bit silly putting that in the plan.
But we have done it. We did it the Waimangaroa with the water treatment. We identified that we needed it, but we couldn't fund it. So therefore it was identified but not funded, because if we could get external funding, that's what we were hoping to get, external funding for it, and came out of the ridiculous funds that we didn't do that. So yes, we have done it, but we have done the plan, identified it as water treatment, but we were clear that we weren't funding it. So it gave us the opportunity to come in and seek funding from an external source because it wasn't in our budget.
Am I capturing what you mean, right, Colin?
Yeah, you are, and I hear exactly what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying, Jamie, and what I do. And I hear what Linda's saying in terms of actually having to undertake another long-term plan. It's in the legislation that it can be done, but it begs the question, there is a threshold in terms of that, and it's not so much one can say, well, what you've got on a long-term plan, you're going to take it out, but then you come to a budget for the next year term long-term plan, and you suddenly start adding things in which weren't in the long-term plan in the first instance. So, which you either got it in, you haven't got it in, but somewhere along the line you're going to have to fork it out. And one of those is the 1.6 million that was for the main truck line. That was then sold upon in the 22-23 annual plan. Okay, so it wasn't in the long-term plan. So what does actually trigger, I haven't got it to be honest with you, what does trigger a review, if you like?
Let's park that one.
Yeah, I think we should.
But it's significance and engagement policy stuff. Okay. Good discussion. I think, have we traversed all of the things that we needed to have a conversation around here? Oh, hang on, Graham. Why is Graham not showing?
Can't see it.
Sorry, Graham, you were off the bottom of my screen.
I've had my hand up for about half an hour, but that's beside the point. Just on the 10-year plan thing, it's a bit of a misnomer because every year we redo the long-term plan. So really it's a 3-year plan because every new incoming council has the right to alter the 10-year plan. So all these, at any stage in the election cycle, we go back to zero, which is what we're doing here. But that's sort of just a minor point. In terms of the debt, to me, it's not the priority that I think we should be looking at. And I'm sort of talking from a rural cohort here who contribute about plus or minus 20% of the general rate, and a 17.4% increase in general rate that's been proposed here. You've got to put that up against, if you look at the dairy farming sector, we've got inflation running at about 16.4% on farms. We've got the dairy payout coming down quite substantially, and 17.4 is simply not affordable. And so to me, talking about net debt, I think we need to talk about, what's affordable in terms of a percentage increase, and then does that lead to having to borrow more, or do we rate more than what's affordable? So to me, the net debt limit is a bit of an arbitrary figure at the moment. That will come later in the equation. The equation for me at the moment is affordability, 17.4% for the rural cohort, and I guess everybody else as well. When you take away the targeted rates, is simply not affordable, and that's the thing that we need to address at the top of the list as far as I'm concerned.
So we'll get to some affordability things that will help that, hopefully, more discussion around that in the chunkier part of the infrastructure conversation, because that's probably where some of the money lies.
Right, so I suppose the question is, what is an affordable percentage? How do you quantify that? To Graham's question, like, what's an affordable? If 17% is not affordable, what is affordable? where do we start from?
I think the issue is that wages aren't going up, but everything else is. and we're not gonna get the
But to
full
make it
rate.
simplistic, if 17% is not affordable, what percentage is affordable and then the rest is debt?
Well, if you look at what we heard earlier on in terms of our the makeup, the demographics of our community, and we have a high average wage, which is a bit of a misnomer really, because we've got all of those people on the very, very high and majority of people on low, and we've got a whole lot of people moving into that cohort where they'll be on benefits, and 17.4% with no comparable increase in benefits is just, it just can't happen. Those people just can't, they won't be living if we take 17.4% off them in terms of their rates. And most of those people who are on those fixed incomes are also water and sewage users. So add another 14.4% on top of that, and they simply can't exist. I mean, it's the maths just don't add up.
So again, getting back to mine, Graham, I know we're going in circles here, but you're saying 17% is not affordable. In your opinion, where is the start? What is the maximum affordable? If you're saying adding the rest to debt, what's your affordable percentage?
Well, to me, I think we need to go through line by line and say, well, is this a necessity, a must do, must have, or not? Because, when you're looking at 16.4% increase in inflation on farm, really, we need to be getting a reduction in rates, not any increase at all as a starting point. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So I'm not prepared to put a figure in at the moment, but I'm certainly want to look at things line by line and say, well, why is that increase? What's making up the 17.4%? And the first one I look at is stormwater, 221,000 increase.
Yeah, so we'll get to all of that. We'll definitely get to those.
Nothing to do with rural people. Why is it in the general rate?
Yeah, we'll get to the breakdown of the key drivers of the various percentage rises. But good point. It's not going to be easy. You're not right on lots of stuff there. Okay. Do we just want to have a quick break? Okay. So just a 5-minute break if we can. Quick toilet stop. Grab a cold drink, whatever. Can we just go on mute if we're not already? Okie doke. So welcome back everyone, and now we jump straight into Mike Duffin, infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora koutou, and thanks for your time and attendance this afternoon. I'm Mike Duff, Group Manager, Infrastructure Services, and representing the work that the team have done over the last few weeks, and look forward to bringing for you the basis of the infrastructure services LTP budget. There's about 20 slides to work through, and just to recap from the beginning and opening, I'll take a pause, a question time at the end of each portfolio for any specific questions around that detail, and then a broader Q&A session at the end with a view that within an hour we're at that Q&A session, and aim to finish by 4:45. So I'll sit down if that's okay. It's a bit of a long haul flight, and work through it from the beginning. So here's some data, and this will make a lot more sense as we get into the narratives for each of the portfolios. The things I wanted to point out, and it will come through in the presentation, are the numbers to do with transport. So that's a 7.1% uplift. The numbers to do with Three Waters, and in particular drinking water and wastewater, you'll see numbers of 9.3%, 4.2%. And also you'll see solid waste and property, which are holding relatively low in terms of increase to rates, and that's part of what we'll talk through and the reasons why. I think where I want to start though is the premise of this dialogue. So what do we as infrastructure see as our role, and what are the considerations that we have in that role, and basically as custodians of the community assets is how we see infrastructure services. So what does that mean? We're here to look after the assets on behalf of the community and maintain them, provide a service level, and preserve those assets as we talk about, in perpetuity, really. And that's how we see the basis of our role. And what must we consider? Not what should we consider? What must we consider in taking on that role? And we must consider risk. And there's a word we've heard a lot today, which is uncertainty. That's what risk is. Risk is the uncertainty of achieving your objectives. So we're going to talk about risk, and we're also going to talk about sustainability, which is what we feel is our duty. And this is the intergenerational equity conversation, certainly that Douglas mentioned at the start, is what we are being asked to look at, consider, and bring forward with our LTP. So that's what I feel this conversation is about. How do we, as council staff, to our council and for the community, work to those base premises? So we've got, in a nutshell, in infrastructure services, we have the operations team, infrastructure delivery. We have the infrastructure planning team who are looking at the asset management and future planning. And we have the capital works, the PMO, who are doing the delivery of the major capital. And we do that across our four main portfolios of transport, solid waste, property, and Three Waters. And I want to introduce this concept of triple constraint. So what are the things that are binding us and guiding us in terms of how we approach the work of infrastructure services? And they are the things we've heard already today. Community outcomes, and we've got some good feedback about what the community is expecting of council. Affordability, what can we pay? What bottom line, what can we pay? And we have some duties, statutory duties around legislation compliance. And again, in terms of what do we see our role in infrastructure is to balance all of this. So it's not one or the other, it's all three, and trying to find a solution that's certainly achievable for our communities. And really within that are these concepts of level of service, what we actually deliver, the compliance, resilience, and that's what we would consider other mandatory things, and best practices is really, if you can, within those constraints. So I just wanted to set that context because actually how we proceed forward as we get into the portfolios, just to base it on these principles actually of what we feel is our role, how we would like to proceed to do it, and what compromise do we need to make amongst any of these considerations. So the challenges are exactly those triple constraints: the affordability, community outcomes, statutory duties. How do we put all of that together into a coherent plan that makes sense for today and also the future of our district? And it's all wrapped up into that. I'd just like to speak to the infrastructure backlog. It's certainly a consideration and a real matter for Three Waters. There's no doubt about that. This is the concept that through investment over the years and also the challenges of increasing compliance, actually a gap widens up between the ability to stay with the investment program that's needed, and then the actual rules are changing, so to speak, when you think about compliance, and you start to get this departure from where you are to what's actually required. And that is what you will hear, as a national conversation around backlog. What is backlog? What is deficit? It's actually that growing gap between where you are and where you need to be, and what infrastructure do you have or don't have. Because what we're really talking about is how do you close that gap? How do you close that backlog, that deficit? And it's really challenging in Three Waters. I'll speak a little bit in a minute about transport. It's not quite the same problem, although and there's reasons for that. In particular, the funding partner that we've had all the way with NZTA. Here we talk about the risk, and really the key things that we look at in terms of the beginning state, if you like, so the inherent risk. What's the risk of today if you go out and look at what you need to do? How far short are we? And in the absence of control. So we haven't done any investment, it's just the risk as of today. Then we talk about, let's apply some investment, let's control some risk, and that becomes what we call our residual risk. And then it's the question of council, is that residual risk tolerable as an organisation and as a local government? Do we accept that risk? That's pretty much what the risk tolerance is asking. And as we step through the detail of each portfolio, it is exactly this conversation. How much risk? How much can we tolerate? And then we make decisions based on that framework. Okay, so where we've got to in infrastructure services about how we approach this is a strategy. And I've just shown the major themes here, and they are: you slip, that is, you choose an investment strategy, an investment which is basically how much you pay, that is recognising you're slipping further and further behind, and whether that be on compliance or renewal programs or condition of asset, it is simply a recognition that we can't keep up. That's what a slip strategy would look like, and that's the one closest to no rate increase. So if you're looking at it on a scale, at the end, or at the down towards the end of minimal to no rate increases, is the strategy of slip. So we're just recognising that we can't keep up with that level of investment. I'll go to the other side, is lift. So this is the concept of we could do more, we could improve service level, we could do more with our asset management program, we could do more with our resilience and compliance. with all of that's been considered and what you've heard already, we don't feel that we can lift. We don't feel we're in that situation where this is a time to increase. And to be, for the full set, there's another scenario which is unconstrained. And what that really means is, what do you need and what could you do if money wasn't an object? And that's really the nice to have, or best practice even, you know, how you might like things to be. And I just want to point out that has not even been considered. We haven't even looked at that. And there's reasons for that, which we'll get to. And so where have we landed? We've landed at a strategy of trying to hold. Trying to hold means to us base level investment. Pick your battle, so to speak. Pick the things that you feel you can stay with, maintain, sustain, and realise that actually you're going to have to be selective about other things. And as long as that's upfront and known and presented to council to consider, and possibly to the community to consult on, at least it's a conscious decision about what are we selecting, what are we not selecting, and ultimately what risks are we prepared to tolerate. So managed risk is how we define that strategy, and that's really the basis of how all the numbers have come together. It's a consistent, coherent framework of deciding what's in and what's out, and we just felt that was the most prudent way to do it, on a theme, not random or cherry picked. It's on a theme of holding our position as best we can, because who knows what the future holds. This is really the part, we talked about risk, but this is that concept of reminding ourselves almost that being sustainable is important. So holding on to today's situation and scenarios and trying our best not to make things worse for the future. That's really what sustainable means. Different definitions, but if you can hold today, at least you're doing your best to provide a platform for the next generations. Again, back to that intergenerational equity. What's the most we can do for ourselves today, but also for our future generations? I'll just show this this chart, and what it's depicting is some options, scenarios of the level of investment. The blue line is essentially what we've used for our infrastructure base budget. So the budget that's before you, and round figures, it's $286 million over the 10-year cycle. So roughly 28.6 million per annum. That's OPEX, CAPEX. The other lines, the top one, which is what we call the priority budget, has a bit more of the things that we would like as staff to include. You know, and therefore it's more investment over the same period of time. And really, just as a comparison, we also looked at, well, what did we say this, particularly this 10-year period, would look like in previous LTPs, to get a sense of what's changed. And you can see obviously a lot's changed with that lower orange dotted line. So 3 years ago, 6 years ago, what were we predicting for this 24 to 34 2024 to 2034 period, and I think, you know, this is really the powerful image. So much has changed, so much has increased, and hence we're looking at the figures that have been introduced today around rates increase. It is all about how much investment is being made or proposed to be made, and really the reasons are wide and varied, and almost portfolio specific. So I'll talk on that basis as we go through the areas. So the first portfolio, transport. It's hard, given what we've heard today already, to think about a good news story. But I would say transport's our best news story. It's the program of work that, well, just to reflect, it is a 7% uplift in our rates. We saw that figure earlier. So it's a it's a significant contributor to the increase overall, and it's done in a way that affects everybody, of course. It's not a targeted rate, it's for everybody. But then, of course, so is, pragmatically, so is the service level. Most of us use roads, some of us use footpaths. It's a very important portfolio. We think it's a significant asset. It's been recognised through the various forms of feedback, whether it be the pre-engagement survey, but also the surveys that, through the land transport program that are done through NZTA. It's a constant feedback about the importance that communities see in the transport network. It's our biggest asset base, so replacement value over $400 million, which is more than 70% of our asset value. So it might stand to reason that that's where a lot of our investment should go. But it's deeper than that, because it's one of these programs that has quite a few moving parts to it. And by that I mean the funding support that we have through the Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, and what does that mean for us in real terms. And this is why when we talk about what the investment level looks like, it's entirely different to our other portfolios like Free Waters, where actually it's all us. The investment is all from us, depending on which scheme if you are attached to a scheme. We get quite a favourable scenario with the Transport Agency at the moment. We've got two key things that have happened just in the last couple of months. Confirmation of our funding assistance rate, which is pretty much what the agency is confirmed for co-funding. So that's been confirmed at 75% funding from the agency for the local roads, and that's an increase of 2%, I think, from the previous 3-year period. So that's favourable. The other favourable part is the commitment for another 3 years of the special purpose road. So this is the Karamea SPR at 100% funding. And I'll show you some numbers in a second as to why that changes the equation and the rate proposition. Quick question or?
Yeah, I was going to say, how often is that far rate assessed? Every 3 years. Okay, so that's
just while we're here, some stats about our asset base, but I just wanted to recognise a couple of things. We work in the transport program area as with co-funding from central government and through what's called a One Network framework, which is a classification of roads. So we're not in isolation with our work, we're not in isolation with our funding, and we're not in isolation with our expectations. And I think that's an important consideration about how we work with the funding partner, with the agency, what duties and obligations we have to be recipients of that funding. And actually the part I wanted to get to now is a little bit of the history of the transport network. And I think this is important because as council decides what they may wish to do about the investment, we're very fortunate to start from a good place, and this is credit to previous councils and staff members who actually have previously had the network in Bulla in really good condition. It's allowed us to be more flexible about how we could approach some of our funding needs. And then we've had the support of the agency on the funding. We've also had what I would say is an excellent analysis of our network from the technical and engineering side. So the LTP before last, we commenced what's called a regional, it's actually called combined activity management planning exercise, actually with the team at Rationale, who presented to council a few weeks ago, to do a really solid asset condition analysis, financial analysis of our whole network, and we feel we're in a really strong position to know what we have out in the field. So we're not guessing. We've got really good data, really good monitoring, really good technical assessments to know what we're putting into our activity management plan, which then leads to the program business case that goes to the funding partner, Waka Kotahi. The significance of that is to demonstrate the level of detail that our team has on the network, and why, when we're looking at the prioritisation of work, what's necessary, what's not, it's not in the absence of information and data. It's actually a really good process, and I just wanted to commend the staff who've been involved with that over the years of getting us to this place of a good network, good asset data, and good predictions in terms of what's coming up, because I feel that's what council expects of staff. That's what we should be doing, and yes, we are, particularly in this program. There are some issues, there are some threats that are challenging our investment program, and I guess ultimately why we're ending up at 7% for all the good work and for all the favourable wins. Why are we still at 7%, you might think? Certainly, the beginning part of that, as I've said here, is that the program of investment and asset management with transport can get lumpy from time to time. By that I mean you get bridges and structures that are just due, and you can imagine the lifespan of these sorts of assets. They're 30, 40, 50 years, whatever they are, and every so often you just hit a wave of this investment, and there's not much you can do about it other than sweat it a bit longer, look at it a bit harder. And actually, since Rationale were here a few weeks ago, that's what we've been up to, is having a closer look at all of that based on all the data, all the information we have, and saying, what could we defer? What could we change the methodology? What could we look at differently? And that can only come if you've got that good network base, that good knowledge base, and then ultimately you're left with the proposition, however, that you still have these things to do. And I think there was a question raised before the session about, well, what bridges, for example, in the next 3 years? So these are 2 bridges on Charming Creek Road, and without that, access to Charming Creek Walkway would be considered compromised. The other one is Brown Grey River, which is off on Palmer's Road, where the hairpin is towards Springs Junction. And that's got numerous properties that go beyond that, some farms and so forth. And the condition assessment of that particular structure is you need to do it. Yes, it's $2 million, but it's due. And we've been able to look at some of the other large structures that were in that program and do some other things around it. So it has been prioritised, looked at it again and again, and unfortunately just are left with some structures are due. And to sweat them longer invites risk, and I'll come to that separately. So we've got that to deal with as a threat. We've also got some legacy network issues that haven't quite been resolved from our major events of July 21 and February 22. We had fantastic support from the agency around the return to service program. We've got a lot of funding that's helping us, but unfortunately it's never enough to actually get to all the elements of problem, damage and so forth. So there's still that part that council needs to pick up. And then unfortunately we've got the matter of inflation and escalation. So to put it in perspective, in the transport sector, what we're seeing and hearing is increases of 18%. 18%. So the job you're going to do 12, 18 months ago is now 18% dearer to do today. And I suppose if you keep thinking about that, how long would that keep going for? And where I get to with, the context of the transport program is for those reasons of threat and escalation and so forth, for the favourable conditions of funding support, whether it be FAR or SPR, there's actually no better time to do what we feel is needed to be done than now. So it's okay to say, but it becomes challenging when we get to the considerations about, well, what are we going to cut out of the whole infrastructure program, and what does that mean for transport? So a lot of context there, but I've spent a bit of time on transport because I feel it's one of our well, on the balance beam of the infrastructure services, you know, just to illustrate it, I feel that transport is on the opportunity side. There's an opportunity to stay in the game, hold our position, invest appropriately and with priority, but make the most use of the favourable conditions that we have. That's how I see it on this side of the line. When we get to the other portfolios, solid waste and property are in the centre, trying to hold, just hold their spot, hold their position. And then on the end of the balance beam, opposite to transport, we've got Three Waters, which is the uncertainty. That's the risk, the uncertainty. So that's the sort of the broad picture. We get to some numbers now in terms of relating particularly the impact of the FAR rate and the SPR. We're looking at within our current RLTP, a total value at the moment of where we are at the moment of $18 million. And the BDC component of that, once you discount for SPR and the FAR rate at the current setting of 27%, looks at 1.35 million per annum from ratepayers. This is the key thing. That's the contribution that ratepayers pay towards a program of $18 million. If we then look at the next triennial, the next RLTP, the program that has been proposed for all of that prioritised work and asset management planning is $46 million. But the key thing is to look at the difference for the ratepayers per annum. Yes, it's another $1 million. Yes, it's 7%, but the program you end up delivering is $46 million. So when you work it all out, it's a 10-to-1 return on investment. For every $1 million extra that the ratepayers will pay, what happens is you get 10 times that in terms of the program that's out in the field. And this is something that is different to our other portfolios where it's like a one-to-one. You know, we don't have any, no guaranteed funding assistance. We don't have a funding partner that's guaranteed. And so basically everything that you put up, you've got to do by rates, debt, you've got to do yourself. The key message from me today about transport is simply that the funding support, and we've heard about the revenue that comes through that, is quite significant. Can't really see it all here, but what we've looked at with transport is a really detailed look at what are some options to be able to reduce the investment. I mentioned previously we've actually done a lot of that in the weeks leading up to this presentation. What was presented to council previously with rationale was called the asset preservation model, which is the one that is keeping our assets in the condition that we feel that on behalf of the community that we feel is needed. But even since then, there's been millions of dollars taken out at harder and harder looks at what could be deferred particularly, or different methodologies. So instead of replacement, instead of full replacement, can we just do component replacement, for example? And yes, we will have to deal to it at some stage, but further down the track. The consideration then, though, is, but will we have the same FAR, and in particular, same special purpose rate funding? And the answer is we don't know. We don't know what the next triennial will do beyond this next 3 years. And so, you know, some of these risks and community outcomes are really important to weigh up. And there's actually no one thing we could offer today to say, if you took this out, that would represent an X% rate saving. What we'd have to do is take guidance from council that we can't accept this. We need to have a reduced rate increase, and on that basis, the team would have to go away and relook at the whole program based on priority, rather than selective process, and make sure that when we return to council with that information, we're very clear what's what service level has been affected. It's the only way we think we can do the transport network is be guided by a value, and then we'll go and work out what misses the cut, basically. That's our strategy on how to do financial or investment savings on transport. We would take away guidance that we can't have 7%, but we could have, I think to the earlier question, what percent? We'd need some guidance. Or is there a consideration, actually, there's no time like the present to keep track with what we need to do, because we don't know what will happen after the next 3 years, and maybe the conditions won't be so favourable. So this is that intergenerational question again. What do we do today to help or protect the future communities, the future ratepayers? Good time to just pause and reflect on transport and
So councillors, quite a bit of information there around the funding network, funding mechanisms that transport does enjoy from the agency. Here, I think. Questions on the work program, rationale there? Are we happy with the hold strategy, or are we wanting it to be further invested or allowed to slip? Councillor Eadie.
Thank you. The driver between when the 21-24 LTP, we were talking about 80 million for roading. Coming now 24-27, now we're talking 20-46. Almost about 150% increase. We did a long-term plan, and which was more 21-31. That was never really reflected on here. There's got to be some sort of driver behind that increase. And I know we've had some weather conditions, I know that, but it's quite a significant increase. And when the infrastructure strategy was produced for 21 to 51, we used Becker for roading, and we used OSP or WSP, WSP anyway, for bridges. And they came up with quite a detailed work plan over that period. And strangely enough, we're only looking at 200,000 here and 400,000 here for guardrails and the pavement and what have you. But now I'm seeing a sudden increase and the introduction now of rationale, more than another contractor or consultant. Maybe we didn't like what these the other two people came up with, I don't know. But all I want to know now is, please, the driver from 18 to 46 recognised in the
last long-term plan,
in the last LTP, and your infrastructure strategy.
Through the chair. So thank you for the questions. Just to the participants, let's say, so WSP, Opus, as they were, still do the, for example, the bridge condition assessments. Rationale are there to help guide the strategic direction of our activity management plans, and certainly a great support to help us prepare our program business case for the Transport Agency. The reason I mention that is because these things are always negotiated, and actually to have a strong bid to the agency depends on evidence. And actually that's been one of the success stories in each of our program business case and bids to the agency, to say, hey, based on the networks and our funding potential and ability, this is the program that we put forward. We've been very successful with the agency, with them agreeing with our position. And that's what I would say is a value in having the likes of Rationale with us as partners. Yes, the technical components are still being done by Opus, now WSP, and others. So that's correct, that's true. But certainly the success of our funding with funding applications, our bids through the Transport Agency has been really successful based on our evidence and asset management planning based on condition. The simple answer to the uplift from previous LTPs, we just look at the SPR, for example. So roughly a $30 million difference between this current triennial and the next one we're predicting. Half of that $30 million is the special purpose road. So $14 million at the 100% agency funded is the opportunity that we see and to capitalise on. Because again, I think it was a topic of discussion around council about will we or won't we have to deal with this special purpose road? It's been a contentious issue with the agency for as long as I've been with council. They've had a transition plan to essentially leave that road with, leave's not the right word, hand over that particular road to council, and we've opposed that all the way along. We've questioned the transition plan, the transition program that they brought to us, and fortunately the agency board, as recently as I think a month ago, agreed that for the next 3 years they will fund the special purpose road 100%, and that's a significant uplift. If we look at the current triennial, we had $3 million for the SPR. In this next 3 years, we're saying 17 million. Why? Because the road needs it, first and foremost. But secondly, at this 100% funding, we can't be guaranteed that if we deferred that the next time the conversation comes up with the agency, that will have that funding. Just to put some context to that, so if you look at $17 million, if that was to far rate, so a quarter, roughly $4 million will be coming back to council. $4 million across 3 years. So we'd be adding another $1 million to the $1 million, and I don't know if this is exactly the right math, but instead of a 7% increase, it'd be a 14% increase for the same program. And that's only because of the SPR. There are other reasons for the uplift. I've mentioned about catching up with some of our damaged network and the inflation. I will keep mentioning escalation in this roading sector because it's certainly not feasible that I don't think it's feasible that 3 or 6 years ago in the last LTP, we would have been projecting escalation of 18 to 20%. I think that's just tied into the whole, what we've all experienced with cost of living and lots of different drivers for that. As you mentioned, Councillor, there are drivers. I guess we're trying to explain, or I'm trying to explain that it's very hard to see which of those drivers we could do anything about or control, other than to reduce scope.
Councillor Sampson, does the SPR need anything spent on it? Does the SPR need anything spent on it?
Does the SPR
need anything spent on it?
Is it okay?
Oh, no, it's sort of highlight. Yeah. I thought that's what you're saying.
I was being humorous. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a tough crowd.
On that, I have to commend everybody that's worked, even though I sort of was there with brickbats at the time. But
Okay, quick. Any other questions around this roading program? We have to get moving. Andrew.
It's very just to me. I'm just from the outside. It does almost seem a no-brainer that that we should be spending this money because we're getting such a good return for it. And the reality is that the roading network is not very good. And if we can make hay now, we should be making hay now because it's, as you said, Mike, we're getting a great return on investment from us as ratepayers.
I think this is quite high risk if we were to allow the network to slip, because I think the first areas that are going to slip will be our rural network, and that all of a sudden you've got a bridge that gets a weight restriction slapped on it, and the milk tankers can't go up there. That kind of thing. It's really economic concern. So I think any program needs to be at least holding the line, and acknowledging it's not addressing the what you might do if you had your household budget and you had a bit of money around, but I think that's a minimum from my view. Joe, and then I'll go to Graham. I see you've come off mute, Graham. Joe.
I guess just as the road as well as other big infrastructure hits in the next 3 years, to me, roading, if you're looking at escalation of cost of 18% and given our far rating, it makes sense to prioritise maybe that over some other infrastructure work, just opportunities, but also a reflection around still affordability, and there's still probably a lot in our population that's secondary. Maybe retired and aren't using the roads, but they're going to share a significant burden of these costs. It's a hard problem.
Graham, have you got anything on this one?
Yeah, just there's a lot of properties that are serviced by state highway in our district, and they don't have any local roads at all. Do we have any figures on, how many properties and how many kilometres in the state highways? And does the council have any say in looking after the state highways and getting them up to the same level of service that the local roads are getting?
Is that a parking lot one, Mike, or?
Yes, certainly we can get the data, Councillor Nayland, about the state highway elements, and there are certainly, Mel's just reminding me about the Transport Committee, and there are some ways that we can interrogate that. But I think we can certainly come back with some information about what that part looks like, Graham.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you can move on.
Break, just keep going.
Yep.
Okay, so I described the balance beam. We had transport in the middle, holding the best we can. We have solid waste. You might remember the figure at the beginning of this section about the percentage uplift. I think it's 0.9% related to solid waste. So that's an indication that we're really not trying to do anything significant here. We're holding the certainly looking to hold the current level of service, and we'll work with the central government in particular about those things that have been a strength for us, such as the different funding. So we've had, we obviously get our subsidy from the Waste Minimisation Fund, and they also have this Waste Levy Fund, which is the contestable version, and we've had some success with that in the past. There'll be a paper coming to council next Wednesday regarding the Zone 1 rubbish collection consultation process and what the findings of that will be. I just wanted to assure councillors that the recommendations in that report align with the way that we've approached the budgeting to this point. So obviously, if there's a change in recommendation or a new resolution to do with how, for example, Zone 1 rubbish is collected, then we'll need to come back and revisit this just to make sure it all lines up. But really the main message here on solid waste, for now at least, subject to councillor guidance, is it's one of those portfolios we're just trying to hold. We're just trying to keep it together because, again, we've got this opportunity on one end and we've got this uncertainty on the other end. So whatever can just hold its position right now is really how we're looking at solid waste. And again, just to look at the significance and the values, these are obviously much different to your transport and free waters values. We haven't considered out of district disposal, so we haven't looked at projects or initiatives that would look into that. We know it's been topical as we've talked around, certainly even around the Zone 1 consultation. A lot of the feedback was about, well, why do we truck it up to Nelson? And fair question. We're just taking a view in our hold strategy that we're just not quite at that time where we want to start significant changes until we can settle down, particularly the areas of uncertainty. We haven't looked at progressing the West Coast regional strategy further in terms of investment. We're still open to the dialogue, and of course we'll still keep talking with our West Coast neighbours, but I just wanted to
I've got a virus. Sorry.
Just to keep things, we can keep the conversations going. Of course we will, but we're not in a position to make major departures on investment with solid waste. And whilst I can answer I will answer any questions. But the main thing we've done is looked at what uplift to our current service levels. So particularly our binding contracts. For example, the Smart Environmental contract. We've had a look at what an extension of that would be, what adjustments we'd need to make in our budgets, at least to get us through the next couple of years. We can always come back to this when we feel the time is right, but it's been the view of infrastructure. I think it was a thought earlier in the conversation about, you can't do everything at once. There's a lot of uncertainty, and there's a couple of opportunities. What can you just keep the same? Because once you start doing too much too soon, I think the risk profile changes measurably, and solid waste is one area we feel that actually can we just hold? Can we just keep that together?
Quickly, anything on solid waste? Questions? Joe?
Out of the consultation, there was a few services that people were asking for, but maybe, I'm not sure whether the waste lead one could be used, or something like a soft plastics collection, or in partnership with other bodies. But I think there was a few services that could be implemented without a lot of cost. I'd like to see those on.
Thanks, John. Absolutely. Anything that particularly that doesn't have a ratepayer impact, we will be chasing. Absolutely, because there are contestable elements of funding. So not that we won't be active, but we're trying to minimise the ratepayer contribution where possible.
That's already.
Thank you. We're looking at the status quo at the moment, but we know that the contract with Smart Environmental finishes next year. We've got a rollover at the moment. I mean, what's been included in the numbers? What's been included in the numbers for year 2 and year 3, for example, the LTP? Have some assumptions been made dollar-wise for that? I just don't see anything in here to tell me what assumptions being made going out. And just one other one, if I can, I should have asked on before, in terms of what do you define as being direct and indirect costs associated with each of your portfolios?
So to the first question, with the solid waste portfolio, we have OPEX and CAPEX. So the way that we've balanced it so that I think the number's 0.9% overall is that there is an uplift in OPEX because actually the renewal contract is, and this is the paper coming to council next week, the renewal contract I think we can all expect will be up. So there'll be an increase. And so to the question, what have we used in the LTP budgets? We've used the contractor's proposal to inform that budget for the continued operation. So it's not a sort of a factored uplift. It's based on engagement with the contractor to inform those ongoing contract payments, because they would be binding once you enter into that contract. And what we've done to offset that increase is reduce our capital expenditure that was planned. So that's the answer. The actual ongoing contracts, the likes of Smart, would be done through your proposal, and that's what we've used for our estimates. And the reason why the whole portfolio hasn't increased to that same degree is because we've compensated on the CAPEX to minimise what we felt we don't have to do, to defer, basically. What can we defer? The other question about what's indirect and direct, in terms of this information, the direct expenditure is the cost of service delivery, and whether that be OPEX or CAPEX. So it wouldn't include overhead, wouldn't include salaries, it wouldn't include the typical organisational indirects. What it does is focus on the expenditure. So what do you actually discretionary purchase, order, contract? That's the distinction between indirects and directs.
Joe?
And what's the capex that you're looking at looking like
For the board, I can just confirm, thanks John, well I can give a comparison between the current LTP, the current annual plan and year one of LTP. The current annual plan at 1.09 million for CapEx, year one of the LTP would be 0.63 million. So it's basically $400,000 less in CapEx, and that's to offset that expected uplift in operational expenditure.
what is that capex? What does that consist of?
What was it for?
Yeah.
What's not being built?
Oh, so we'll take that on advisement and list the things that didn't make the cut, so to speak.
So just for real clarity, there's obviously a paper coming next week because there's a consultation still out in the wilderness around waste. Were you going to cover that off, Mike, or not?
No,
just yeah. So this is the current staff thinking and what the budget's built on. If council laws determine when they wrap up the waste consultation next week a different path, then that will obviously be fed into these budgets. So that's it's a little bit chicken and egg here, but that's the current assumptions, and Mike's articulated what that is at the moment, which I understand is probably the preferred staff recommendation that will be coming through in the consultation next week. Joe, was it you? Good, Colin. Sorry.
Very quickly, please, away. Talk about $1 million, just rough figures, $1 million CapEx for this financial year, and for year one of the LTP, we dropped down to 600, so we're talking 400, but 100, the 1 million we're talking about would have been the total cost of the project, or projects, which would then be loan funded, I would have thought, or rated on one or two. So we seem to have a thing about loan funding because of, so the loan funding, of course, would be money coming in, so the only cost would be interest and principal repayment. But we've taken off 400 and supposedly offset against the OPEX, but we don't actually, it's apples and oranges when we compare OPEX and CapEx.
Oh, sure.
I'm happy for someone to correct me on this, but it's not a straight take and give, because we're talking, as I said, interest and interest repayments.
Douglas? Probably Douglas.
Yeah, I think the answer there is it's a combination of, like you say, it doesn't directly flow through to say a lower rate or increased rate, because there could be a subsidy or external review on that type of thing. So I think the best thing is, as part of getting this line by line work, is we add to the parking lot, we identify where we've got cost movements, how they're funded, or are they just a straight dollar for dollar saving, as you say, which is a good point, or is it something a bit more, because actually it's a debt issue, it's not quite so clear cut in the card. So yeah, no, I hear you, it's quite tricky trying to get those, but that's part of our job, so we're doing that. So
You said how much cost funded?
yeah, I'll plug in some, I'll put some wording in it, I'll put some accounting speak.
Right with that, Colin? Okay, let's crack in. We keep a bit of pace on here. Oh, sorry, can we just bring up Reefton and Co? So just for those on Zoom, when we have a break, you're completely off screen, so you're bringing you up. I've got to remember to bring you up to see if you're waving at me. Graham, looks like you have been.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just from you, Mike, there was quite a ado made in the waste management consultation about people didn't want to subsidise other people. They wanted user pay. And so I think in your paper next week, we need an explanation about what that proposed $1 million goes towards. Is it cross-subsidising? Can there be some user pay in that, etc.? Because I think people are going to be a bit concerned if they are subsidising when they really want to use a pay system.
Thanks, Councillor Nail. I think the detail sets in the fact that across solid waste we have recycling and then we have the different zones of household. So we can certainly discuss that through the report next week, because some of obviously the recycling is done through the rates system, and depending on how council resolves next week, the household part may stay as pay as you throw, so to speak. So is that okay if we pick that up separately?
Yep, he's all good. Cool. Okay, let's go into property.
So very much like solid waste, property is our portfolio. We're doing our best to hold the position. We do have some elements to really consider in terms of really what can be deferred and what can't be deferred. One of the things that we're that we have included for reasons, for good reasons, I believe, is the Victoria Square earthquake strengthening, and that's really tied into the civil defence element of having a fit for purpose IL4 building. So it's probably the exception in terms of our building stock and what we consider certainly the MBS seismic assessments. We haven't got any budget in there for Brome House, Clock Tower Chambers, and actually any of our other buildings. Victoria Square is the exception, linked to the IL4 requirement. We have considered things of climate change and adaptation, again, not wanting to push forward too much in this portfolio because of our other callings. There's some strategic decisions to be made around property rationalisation, and our CFO has brought that through discussions previously. Also, senior housing is another area to look at. We've got considerations of healthy home standards, and then broadly the commercial asset base and what are the opportunities there, which I'm sure Douglas will speak to in his section. So across the board, the view is to try and hold this portfolio without driving or being a key driver for rates increase. You'll see the numbers there, but I just wanted to run through what's not in. We're not looking at any major level of service change. We're certainly not looking at earthquake strengthening our risk buildings, except for Victoria Square. So there's $2 million or thereabouts over the LTP period. No Brome House upgrade. So this is what the budget is based on. I understand there's still a report to conclude that will come to council early next year around that particular project. But to be clear, this budget doesn't include additional expenditure, nothing in the community halls, and no additional funding, no extra funding for things like the Reefton Pool and or the Carnegie Library. Noting, of course, they already have some funding. So it's not taking that away, it's just not provisioning for any top-ups, just to be clear. And I'm not saying that was called for, but actually in those key facilities, again, to the strategy, we're just trying to hold our position.
Okay, so sorry, I jumped in before on solid, so we were going to do both those together, but so we've just got property now. Should be fairly quick, that one, I think. Any questions on the property? Councillor Howard.
Just a comment around the senior housing in the past. So the previous council had a policy that was basically closed for care, and so given that we to comply under the Tenancy Act around the healthy homes, we do need to do it, but just how that will be dealt with, I think needs blowing up something like that, or needs to change policy from the council.
You mean so it should be funded more broadly than just the tenants?
Yes. really to have a position in it sometime, but there is some further work coming more, which will probably early next year on that, give some more information to council.
Any other questions on property before we get to the easy one? Another joke. Very much now. Okay, we'll move on to Three Waters, Mike, and it is actually no joke. It is our very difficult position, really. It's driving a lot of our thinking.
And to our chief whip, he gave me till 3:45 to finish, so I've got exactly 13 minutes, which would suit me, but nonetheless, let's get into it. So I'll talk about uncertainty because that's what Three Waters is at the moment, and uncertainty, as we know, means risk. So there's lots of risk around all of this and everything I'm about to say. We still don't know what the reform, is there a reform? We still don't know. We don't know what any funding elements may or may not be. It's worth noting though that we do have something going for us, and that is we've spent a lot in our networks over the last couple of years, largely external funding support, but not all. I would say council's really put its shoulder to the wheel to make sure we did what we could. And, you know, roughly those figures to the right is $20 million of work over the last 2 or 3 years, $20 million. And just as an anecdote, what I heard from the stormwater team of the rain we had on Saturday or Sunday on the weekend, actually the network held up pretty good. That's no guarantee in Westport that problems are solved, but if you think about all of the inspections, all of the cleaning, all of the replacements and upgrades and wire stops and all of that stuff, a lot of investment has gone on. So actually, you know, we should recognise that and say it's not all without hope. There's been a lot of good work done, but the problem is the affordability challenge comes right into play here because we don't have a funding assistance rate. We don't have 100% contributions guaranteed. Yes, we've got some support for various reasons from central government and agencies, but in terms of, you know, paddle your own luck, this is us. At the moment, this is all we have. And it's not good. It's not good in terms of how do we meet the resilience challenge of climate change. Really specific examples we have with every surface catchment in our district, starting with Westport, but all of them that aren't bore supply basically are now under threat, just simply because of things we can't change. I'll talk about compliance from the point of view of, well, certainly the Water Services Act and the regulators' view on things and expectations that they're set for us, and trying to actually, you know, resolve that is just completely overwhelming for communities such as Bulla. It is absolutely the challenge of a lifetime, I would say, and you know, we're at a point now where we're looking at what our current status is, what strategic things are coming our way, and all I would say about this portfolio and the three separately is that we just have to do the best we can. There is no easy way out here. It's been described by different people in different ways, but actually the view of infrastructure at the moment, in accordance with that whole strategy, is just do what you can. You are not able to do everything. It just simply doesn't make sense once you get to the investment levels of what the gap analysis brings to us. So we've done a lot of work. We've certainly done a lot of network improvements. It has improved things to some degree, but we're still clearly short of what's required to be resilient, compliant, and ultimately ensure the service levels and to some extent asset management of what we have is affordable. It really, and I think those graphs early in the session showed what happens, once you start to get to even doing your best is still unaffordable if you're talking about 14% for targeted rates. Just that single alone is really challenging. But in terms of what have we done, we've included basic R&M. So we've got binding contracts in terms of the utilities contract for Three Waters. What we've done with our budgets is looked at the adjustments needed to make sure that they're affordable for the next 3 years. And in terms of capital, we've tried to focus on what we felt was the most risk mitigation solutions. And to that extent, Westport water resilience. So this is things like our catchment protection, our trunk main, and future scenarios such as drought conditions. Could we find an alternative source? That's all captured in the Westport resilience. We've got funding in there for compliance planning, so not the doing of the thing, but getting ourselves ready so that if the funding was available, we're ready to deliver and implement. The same with our wastewater. We've got consents we have to bring to conclusion, and then base renewals across those across all of those three waters. But you'll see what we haven't got is the actual solutions for compliance for particularly our non-treated water supplies. So we don't have treatment plants, we don't have water storage, and that's in particular for the Northern Buller area. We don't actually have the capital for any wastewater treatment plant upgrades. We know they're coming, but there's more information needed before we felt we could put it forward. And again, it's about selective. If you're going to have a whole strategy and you can't do everything, you just have to pick or select based on priority and information data what you can implement and deliver. And again, no network separation. One of the key elements we've heard about with the Westport situation, also Reefton, is that we've got a conflated wastewater stormwater network. We've had, I think, a good understanding now about the challenges and the implications of that, certainly as it relates to discharge and overflow, but there's simply no funding in this budget to attend to any of that, to pay for the removal of cross connections, deal to infiltration and inflow issues, so on and so forth. It is simply out of range for the budgets. Well, even the level of investment we've got at the moment, which delivers a 17 plus 14% rate increase. So you can imagine putting this in as well, which I think was a question before. What happens if you put all of this in? Well, it's going up, and by some magnitude. It's not marginal values we're talking about here. So it's hard to find a narrative outside of the uncertainty. If you think about the whole sort of picture for New Zealand, what's going to happen with reform, if anything, how are the funding agreements going to happen, if they do happen, and ultimately what do we do with our statutory duties if we bring it all the way back to things like compliance and following the law, the Water Services Act in particular, having a regulator who stood up and knocking on the door. There is risk for council in this, and that's really the main message I have on Three Waters.
Okay, what have we got?
Mike, excuse me if I might just pose a question for you on that. I know the level of detail that you're sitting on around those items that aren't in the budget. If reform was to happen early next year and we got a sense that there was a funding mechanism established by the Crown for Three Waters, how quickly could you and your team pivot to create a budget bid scenario that would deal with all of those unbudgeted matters at the moment?
Yeah, very it's a good question, because in some areas we're well placed. So if I think about Westport Resilience, we're well placed to know what the completion of the trunk main would be. We've had it quantity surveyed, the design is complete, it is simply waiting on the funding. Similar, I would say, to Punakaiki Water, where we're looking for a funder for a project that has been on the books for years now. And of course, the price is going up, but we understand what the scope is, we understand what the solution is. So we've got quite a few things well packaged waiting for the funding. I think what I would say, though, is that it wouldn't take us long to turn around some of the other key elements, and Northern Buller compliance is one of them. And for the council's awareness, we've got a dedicated resource who's been working on this specific matter of Northern Buller compliance. It was actually Rory Weston, our previous drinking water coordinator. And his mission at the moment is to find what the regulator calls acceptable solution. So what we know at the moment, to do a treated water plant, you know, off the shelf or a conventional style, we can scope that. And in actual fact, at Waimangaroa, we had it tendered a couple of years ago. So we've got good confidence in what that solution would look like. Unfortunately, it's multi-million dollars, to the point about, well, how could a community of 40, 60, 100 people afford that level of investment? Well, of course they can't. Well, we don't think they can. So what else? So Rory's job is to turn over every stone in concert with the regulator to see what else could do the trick, what else could be done. And we're hopeful to have some intel on that early next year, sort of January, February, to be able to then come back to council, go to the regulator and say, actually, these solutions are more affordable, they will be acceptable, and I think there's a group of projects, Steve, that fit that sort of, we don't know the answer yet, but we're working hard on it, and together with the other sort of collection of, let's say, long planned and rather well understood projects, that's a pretty good, you know, package to take to you know, an interested party.
Okay, so we're ready for questions on water.
So just to quickly get to the question slide. So this is very similar to the transport version. It's really, and in fact, a lot of the risks will reappear here. The community outcomes and the considerations. It's just important to recognise that these are the sorts of things that staff have thought about. And back to that triple constraints. We know affordability, we know the community outcomes. This is really highlighting the matter of statutory duty. You know, are we doing our best in that regard? Oh, there we go, we made it.
Just brought back up the Zoom people, so you can wave whenever you want. Councillor Reedy is first off the rank, and then go to Graham.
It's off you, thank you. And off you, sorry, Mike, this question of 1.2 million, it's a magical number that's been held over from 20, or for the 23-24 budget. I assume it's a mixture of OPEX and CAPEX. I don't know, it's just 1.2. So we must know we've got 5 over 12 at the moment, 5 months on a 12-month period. And so we must be 5/12 maybe of 1.2 million, or 1.2 million. So we're in a hole somewhere. We've got a negative spend at the moment on this, or are we coming through on the, if you like, the 22-23 budget? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we've got some figures on this to say that, hey, we've got 1.2 million to catch up on, but do we really have 1.2 million that we've been able to hold our costs for this financial year, or are we closed account and suddenly getting a deep hole? Please.
We're just under our total financials, so
let's do some projection, because that's a good question. See, like, here we go, see, do we get by on this income? Is what I'm saying.
It's quite technical, but covered. Cool. Graham. Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
Mayor, not so much a question as a statement, and I want to speak in defence of previous councils, and obviously I've been part of most of them over the last 3 decades. There's been a lot of talk about years of underinvestment by previous councils. I think that's a rather disingenuous statement. There's been a huge change in regulation over that time and levels of compliance that have been imposed on us. So a lot of the work that I see for the future is all about the meeting new changed regulations and level of compliance, not so much to do with years and years of underinvestment. I think at the time we went by the regulations that were in place currently at that time. We got the schemes up to those things, and you've heard Mike say that we have done a lot of investment over the years. So I'd just like to speak in defence of previous councils. I don't think there has been years and years of underinvestment, and the chickens are coming home to roost now.
Yep. Tony, sorry.
So I suppose, I mean, Bark Christchurch should probably Hawke's Bay really soon. Every place in the whole country is going to have the same issues, aren't they? And probably even worse off than us. It's like a catastrophic thing that no one's going to be able to afford, even like Queenstown. So I suppose at the end of the day, I mean, if it's an unreachable target, just having our ducks in a row, getting, like you were saying, ready to pounce on any opportunity, would that be enough to hold back dogs? Is that the risk, or
In terms of compliance, you're talking?
Yeah.
I can probably answer this, but you can go. Well, I mean, that's largely been council's strategy for the last few years, right? I mean, that's really what shaped the last LTP, was that actually there was these big things that we knew weren't affordable in the first 3 years, and they were punched out to the years like 7, 8, 9, 10 of the last LTP, because for exactly that reason. But it did satisfy the regulator that you were on a path to compliance.
Yeah.
Which is, you want to elaborate on that, but that's basically how we've kind of got away with it. But well, not away with it, but how we've dealt with the relationship with the regulator. There's a nice way to put it. What's changed is Te Mata Harawai so the regulator has changed over that period as well. So you've now got a regulator. You've gone from a regulator who really didn't prosecute anybody, I don't think ever, and took a fairly hands-off approach to detail and health. And now it's under Te Mata Harawai, who have got teeth to find, who are taking an active management in the country's risk around drinking water standards. Is that a really quick way to sum it up, Mike?
Absolutely, and I think that supports Councillor Nayland's point, is that the game's changed. So actually how we respond to it, just in terms of, so those Northern Buller water supplies, we have put some funding in there to help us develop the plans over the period of the LTP, to demonstrate this point that we're doing what we can and we're trying to find solutions. We haven't given up, but actually until the magic happens and the funding for the implementation comes along, that doesn't burden ratepayers, it's not solvable. The equation just doesn't solve.
Joe.
I was just what we deferred out from the last one, thinking Three Waters was going to come in. My understanding that falls on, unless the community chooses club rating, that will fall on a few Pacific small water supplies, so it could impact some ratepayers quite significantly.
Yes.
So we probably really need to just bring that up so we've got that clear impact on those particular supplies.
Okay, so this is actually the main part of the show for me, at least, which is in terms of what I hope to achieve through the presentation and and guidance from the council so that we can, progress the matters is to bring this together into a dialogue about draft consultation topics. So what are the themes that could be considered by council to take forward to the community based on what we know and what we've presented. So that's the basis of these next closing slides. There's 3 to go. And they're done by portfolio. So this is sort of wrapping everything up together as a starter of what sort of themes does the council think we should be aiming for to consult with the community. So to lead it off, we've got transport. We've had a good discussion about, I guess, the opportunity as staff see it, but quite possibly on balance and with everything else to consider, there's still an appetite to reduce that and even foregoing some of the benefits of the funding and so forth. That's an option for council to guide on, and I've explained how we think we would do that. It's really a numbers game. We get a number and we try and find what we would cut, and we bring that back to council and or the community and say these locations, these assets would equal that percentage. So that's a point to consider. When we get to Three Waters, it becomes a bit more, well, it becomes more tangible. What are the things we could do? So, for example, we have got $3 million in year 1 of the LTP for the completion of the Westport trunk main. Council will remember this from, it's been well identified and documented. Is this the year to do it? But perhaps no. Perhaps the decision based on all the other considerations is we should defer that. The key thing is accepting the risk. The risk that if that section of trunk main goes, actually the town is out of water. It's not reduced flow, it's not restricted use, it's actually no water. Could we predict likelihood? No, we can't predict. It's a classic uncertainty, but it's there to consider because it is $3 million straight off. Similar with what we had in year 2 for Westport, which is looking at the pond modifications, looking at a clarification system for the raw water, so that what that basically means is you could have higher availability of treatment because you can treat more water with higher turbidity because you're clarifying it before it goes into the treatment plant. So, yep, good idea. It gets more reserve for the town in case of, extended weather events and so forth, but it comes at a cost. So do we want to defer that? Same with the other resilience options for Westport. So what we're saying here is those elements are in. They're currently in. Does council want to consider consulting with the community to kick them out? And that's really the guidance that I was hoping for today, is to have that thought, have that discussion, Q&A at the end. Is there any appetite for this? Which ones? And staff will then go about that business of running it through the machine and seeing what difference it makes. So these are just these are sort of the defer options. So they're in. Do you want to consult to take them out? And
Mike, just pause there, because I think it's important. When we go to the community, we want to provide them with options. And Mike's articulated that at the moment, the options of the asset preservation, hold the current state of the asset, is the option that we've built this budget on. So the question is, do you want us to create an option that puts that aside and says, this is our preferred option, but we have an option to defer? And we get the community's feedback on which of those 2 options do you want us to progress with in establishing our long-term plan. There are 5 options up there. We would really, really appreciate your guidance today as to do any of those options you want us to model them and put them as counter options to our preferred option.
Okay, Andrew.
For me, in terms of drinking water, I think the option 3.15 million should be in, because that's actually really high risk. But I believe the other two options could be deferred in terms of drinking water, in my opinion. If we're looking to try to make some cuts, which we are.
Go Grant.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same thing. It's not a nice to have, it's a need to have.
I was just reconfirming what Andrew said, he took the words out of my mouth, so.
Yeah, okay.
One option we haven't got there is the amalgamation of, these are the costs on around, but where do we add in, making a club?
Club, yeah.
I think that will become a consultation item in itself, Douglas. Yeah. Yeah, so I
In the finance rating department.
note that.
Okay.
Well, again, that's a question really. Is that what was the table like to see some form of amalgamation option of water rates?
Yeah.
Worked up as a consultation conversation.
I would have thought it was here.
Not making any decisions.
No.
It'd be worked in as an option
As an option, yep.
for the community to
Yeah,
feedback.
just for some guidance, so we can work through that. I'd like an option.
Because there's no point doing that, doing the work on that if this table says, nah, we want to keep it as targeted rates, just like it is now. So we had a bit of a discussion before. Douglas talked a bit about what we're potentially looking at is all council supplies amalgamated into one account and everyone would pay the same amount, or versions of that where it was just treated supplies and then maybe a rural supplies or some version of that. But
So you're saying it would still be targeted rates of the user?
Yeah.
Not the whole.
no, not the whole district.
Base.
You have one targeted rate, say, over all supply connected or not connected properties involved.
So I wouldn't capture.
Not connected.
Yeah, but within the defined water area. So
Yeah.
in Graham's case, this is a good example, he's got no council water, he wouldn't charge.
But it's someone more Mokehinui who did have access, they would be charged.
Correct.
Yeah, even if they didn't use it.
And we might have those two options, yeah, this is a really one of those big tidy up issues, yeah, in terms of legislation that we need to get sorted, because you've been quite flexible, need to get flexible, but that's another discussion.
But it might be a version where we just concentrated on our larger ones, amalgamating them first, and then did rural, left rural alone, whatever. But that's, I guess I'm hearing that it's worth Douglas and the team working on that as a mitigation to some of the escalation you're seeing in cost. You with me there, Colin? You with me on this?
I hear you.
Yeah. In terms of working up some detail and consult.
I hear you.
I'm not speaking in support necessarily, I'm just saying that it's something that we need to look at. Okay.
We're almost there, folks, so.
I'm sorry, we'll carry on with this for a bit.
Yeah.
Colin?
Just quick one, please. Once again, I don't have line by line, so I can't comment, okay? Except just regarding the stage 2 trunk main, deferred 3.15. Appreciate inflation bumped it up from the 3. We're looking at 1 kilometre. It's going to be 3.15 million to do 1 kilometre of pipe work. Seems quite a lot for me, but I'll carry on then, please. So I've got these from way back, and I'm a bit concerned about it because there's potential for no water scenario at the Westport. Prior to the main truck happening, we're talking about no water if we have problems up in the reservoir. Now all of a sudden, we're trying to get across this pipe now, the main truck line, and I'm assuming some CCTV workers are down there. For a while we were talking about actually maintaining that pipe and having the new pipe and the old pipe for emergencies. All of a sudden now we're going to lift the old pipe out because it's so damaged. But I haven't really, this has only just come into scope now, and I'm going to call it scare tactics, to be honest with you, because no one's ever said anything from the time we started from the escarpment all the way supposedly where we are now, Scottsbridge or whatever, no one's ever said anything about potentially no water for Westport. And now, as it's starting to come, on the 3 million, these pipes can potentially fail. All pipes can potentially fail, but suddenly we've sorted out, as I say, at the hill, and we've had no issue over the last couple of years. We've been working along this Scarman to Scottsbridge, and now do go. Give us $3 million more, otherwise we potentially have that risk. We've got that risk right at the top, even before it leaves the treatment plant. And then even after it leaves the treatment plant, we've got all that risk. So I'm wondering why we're now putting out there to the community, you may not have any water. That risk has been with us for a long, long time.
But the difference is we've replaced, so from the treatment plant, from the collection point, actually all the way to where this work would start, it's been all completely renewed.
It's still been renewed,
yeah.
But it's been renewed with all due respect. But
so that changes the risk of failure quite significantly from a 130-year-old pipe to a brand new PE pipe.
Hang on, can I just carry on talking before you interrupt, like you do all the time? Okay. Now, all I'm getting at, though, I hear what you're saying about we've got the replacement. Yep. What I'm making, though, is that initially that pipe was going to be what's being replaced was going to stay in the ground because it was considered to be adequate for emergencies. Now, for whatever reason, we're now lifting all that out, and which is fine. Is that's the decision that's been made. But the point I'm making, though, is that we've joined some new pipe into some old pipe, and we've suddenly got this risk of no water. Yeah. This is a risk that's just suddenly evolved. But we've always had that risk of no water. That's the point I'm trying to make. We've got a new pipe going to the old pipe, where suddenly we run a risk of no water.
Simply because the brand new pipe's running into a 130-year-old pipe, and there's only one pipe, so it's a single point of failure. That's the point. So the risk mitigation to date has been renewal, but there's a section in there that hasn't been renewed yet. So you're like really on a single line, you're only as good as your weakest link, and your weakest link at the moment is that last bit, which is 130 years old.
Yeah, well, I've got these here, right? They go right back to when we got the original funding back in 2020. It said 3.5 million from government. That was to run us through from the escarpment down through to the town. I had to be corrected on that, but that's what this says now. Yeah. Now we've spent 3.5 plus 1.6 in the current year's budget, plus we're looking at another 3 million. We've spent over $8 million on a pipe replacement, which is maybe what? How many kilometres from the escarpment through the town, please? 5 kilometres. So I think I've seen 4 before, or 5 times.
4 point something.
So that's about 700. I can't do the maths at the moment, but it's quite a high amount for per kilometre. And unfortunately, I've heard stories about Hadley Brunton, but that's another story.
So the only point, so we've got a difference of opinion, but the only point left to resolve is the significant cost of that bit versus previous sections, and I'm picking it's because it's in the urban environment and you're talking about putting back roads and everything.
So yes, the proposed work, which is what we call stage 2, to complete, and you're right, you're correct that would be the completion of a full renewal from intake to town. That's the last piece. It's been 18 months, 12 months ago, it's been designed, fully designed, and it's been quantity surveyed as in market tested, contractor tested without going to market is the way to say that. So there's some level of confidence on the pricing. But of course, what's different about this last section is it runs through the urban area of Westport, along Bentham and then down Queen. It's not like out in the field or the rural areas. It's therefore per metre, there's additional costs to attend to all of the different provisions you need to make, and then there's a dual shot underneath the rail along Queen Street that is a component of that cost. So I'm confident that the number is suitable to put into the LTP.
In order, through the chair, in order to move us along, we're not making decisions today. I think what we can all hear though is that there is a desire to have an option which has it in the budget, and that we will take this out to the community next year to defer it or remove it from the budget. And that will be supported by the technical evidence and the risk. So I think that deals with the councillors' questions around what's changed. We can present that information and the community can make a call on the level of risk that they wish to accept on that last kilometre. Are you comfortable moving along on that basis? Can we then come to transport? Do you want to see an option that takes a percentage number off the capital and OpEx to counteract the hold our budget position at the moment, which is Mike's articulated really well? Do you want to see a counter to that? Do you want to give the community a chance to talk about probably the most important asset that the community advised us on? Do you want to have a dropped number to go, you can get this and this is our recommendation, or you can have this and it's going to be cheaper and here's the risk and this is what you won't get in this option?
That will include a level of service drop.
Yeah. Do you want to also see that?
Well,
Andrew?
I think we have to. I mean, it's significant. I think Mike argued it very well, and it is probably the most prevalent asset, most important asset, but it does contribute a lot to a rate rise. So I think we do need to give an option for a trim.
Councillor Sampson?
Yeah, along the same lines, I think we need to, and sort of have the capital works identified as to what they are. They've got, you know, key projects, for example.
Yeah.
But just what are the capital works that need to be identified?
Yeah, definitely.
It'll be a people's choice.
Oh, you hear anything there?
Oh, thank you.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I just knew it was someone over there. Took a
I
photo.
sense here, yeah, thank you.
Graham, view on the transport budget?
Yeah, I want the options. And of course, you know, if you're a farmer, you look at things quite differently. And if you said that 7% is essential spending, but I don't want a 17.4% rate rise, so I'm going to cut 10% of other things, and that has to be an option too, I think.
So I'm going to throw a number out there to test the room. Mike's given me a number. He's given me 7%. Do you want to take 7% off, or you want to go 10%?
7% off what? 7.1?
7% off.
To neutralise the uplift that transport provides to the overall rate increase, to make it a zero impact, if that's what I heard, the result of the transport proposal. So the transport program is contributing 7.1% to the uplift.
Yep.
What if we were to zero that 7% out? What would that scope look like? What would miss out? Is that, or we do it for 10%?
In terms of riding, or in terms of the other things?
No, just transport.
The transport.
Transport local road, so we're clear.
Yes, so whatever's driving the 7%. So we'd have to do the reverse arithmetic to figure out what the capex and opex values are.
So
I don't think that makes any sense. I mean,
People have said all along though that that it's needs, and it's pretty much trimmed to what it.
Oh, that's my position. I was trying to help.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't see the point in that. I mean, so effectively we're deliberately going to underinvest. I don't know if that's a fair question to ask the ratepayer.
And sorry to go against Graham's statement earlier. Talking this is, I know costs and regulations of that, but my opinion is opposite to Graham, is that too many years it's been kicked down the road and we have not done the basics, which is maintenance. And this is why now we're seeing a 30%. Part of that 30 is lack of maintenance. We just talked about a trunk main. I mean, that's got nothing to do with regulation or anything. It's 20, 30, 40 years too old. Should have been done 20 years ago. But they've got a fine $3.5 million to do it now.
Tony.
Just in our long-term plan, community feedback, like transport and roading infrastructure is right up there. So, you know, it's very, very important. It's our lifelines, right? So, yeah,
So if I can read the room, then Mike's proposal of going back to a zero increase in roading is absolutely against the principles of good asset management.
yes.
For this council, that's not an option you want to see.
In consultation.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and they're pre-engaged.
what's the alternate option to the current uplift? Do you want to just give us a number, take 10% off that total number and see what you can do, or is that enough? 25%? We need a little bit of guidance to come back with a realistic option that Mike and the team can go, we can create a bit more room, we can defer and slow down and stop, key messages for us. We can bring back an alternate option that you can vote on next February and March to go, this is a livable option that produces a cheaper outcome but greater risk.
It's got to be based around those key ones that you highlighted. The only way we can really do it is like not do the bridges or not do our intersection. But yeah, that's the only way you can put a choice out for the public.
Mike, I'll come to you.
Thank you. And whilst trying to be helpful, I thank the council for reminding me, of the key point here. And Mel didn't kick me on the table, but I'm satisfied with the transport program in terms of that asset preservation and level of service minimum. We are at bare metal. What I mean by that is if we go further, we're now compromising integrity of asset, service level forecast for all vehicle users, and that's a risk. However, it is for this council to decide whether that risk is A, worth consulting on, or B, worth directing on. So thanks for I am trying to be helpful, but I would say transport is already at bare metal, and I've seen the evidence, which is the millions that have been taken off the option 3 that was first presented recently presented.
I'm assuming that the special purpose road has got nothing to do with this conversation because we guaranteed that money. So only really looking at the local roads. Yeah, so.
Rosalie?
Well, yeah, I agree we need some increase, but we haven't got figures to align with what some of this means. It's very difficult to make a clear decision, but I still come back to those key projects, the OMI, bridge renewals, footpaths, and I question cycling. What is meant by cycling? Are they more cycling tracks or, I don't know. So if I could have some clarity on that, yeah.
I can answer that.
I don't want to get into real detail.
So I'm pushing you because that's my job and I'm doing it respectfully, but what I'm hearing is that you're not prepared to put an alternate option on the table because actually you're not convinced it's the right thing to do. Have I got that message right? Because
not from me, you haven't.
Rightio?
Not from me.
Not from you. How much metal do you want to see, to Mike's point? How hard do we say we need 10% off this budget and we'd be comfortable, or is it something more? We kind of need to know a bit of guidance from you so that our team can go away over the Christmas period and New Year period and come back with reasonable options. One is our preferred, the other is an alternate option, which we may not prefer and we may highlight the risk, and we will, but we've got to give the community a chance.
So I'll go Andrew and then Graham for some sort of guidance.
I think we need to have to get a number, so I would say 5%. Let's say have a gamble of 5%. We know what the 7.1% that gives us a holding point. But if we say let's have a compromise of 5%, it's a significant drop still, but it's still acknowledging that there's a lot of work to be done, and at least this gives us a discussion point.
So just for clarity, you're saying 10%, maybe 25%.
Now he's talking 10% or 20% off
10% off 7, but you're talking dropping it to
from 7.1 to 5 as an alternative.
As a rates impact.
As a rates impact, yes.
Yeah, so if we talk
as a conversation.
Yeah, target.
Graham, last word.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Once upon a time, we used to get these, and that used to help us make decisions like this that are really, really tough to make. Can't see why we can't get these before we make the decision.
So just to clarify, we are not making decisions. You're just giving us some guidance today. You'll be making the decisions next year. We will bring back, and the finance team are working through what we can give you across this Christmas period, so you can start to look at this information. But we've heard you. We'll come back to you with what that looks like.
Right.
So we're almost there.
Almost.
Oh wait, there's more.
There's
So we've discussed just now things to defer. The following is things to add. So the opposite. Again, I can talk through these, but they're large numbers. But I'm very interested to hear what the councillors think about some of these, or in fact, are there more things to add in? Just remembering this sends the needle the opposite way. So it's probably more as clarification actually as what's not in, because if you see it here as add, it's not in yet. So
feedback on any of those, councillors?
Well, again, I say unless we have figures to go with that to relate back to how much we're talking about as far as the decrease goes, I don't think it's got a lot of substance because we don't know the amount we're talking about. We can arbitrarily say 5% or 7%, but the reality is we don't know what's coming out or that sort of thing.
So they're going to come back with that next level of detail, because obviously there's quite a lot of work in that. Okay. Andrew, sorry.
I think we start with the option of nothing, because I mean already there's some big numbers out there, and they're not in there now, so any addition is going to be substantial. I just want to know, can we put stuff in the long-term plan as things that we're interested in, however we cannot, and currently we cannot fund them. There's things we're noting there are some priorities that we actually cannot fund. Well, I mean, because obviously there's going to be no appetite to add more things. There's going to be appetites to subtract more things.
Well, that's sort of back to the point Colin was making before, and it's that whether we put everything in the plan, knowing full well we're not going to do probably 3/4 of it, or do you put in a plan that you think can fund? That's the I don't know.
It has to be a realistic.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think so. But
that's my opinion. No.
Unless, of course, you assume your external grant fund.
Exactly. Yeah.
Lynn.
Right. Just wanting to be clear about the numbers that we're putting up, with the rates and the debt that we've had in the budget so far. This is very much a draft, so there's quite a bit of review to still go through this. So there may be some, as Douglas mentioned, right at the outset, there might be some opportunities to already find some bits and pieces, because with this has been pulled together with your really current feedback that we've had over the last few weeks, we haven't had a long time to digest and review. So I just want to caution that there's actually some opportunity here. I think maybe rather than going too far down to the number, if that helps us to keep moving at a good speed through this, just getting a feel for these values and asking, did you want us to and have them for a consultation item, because we can run them through and provide detail. It's not something we can bring back next week, however. We do need quite a bit of time to go back and rework things. So Is that okay to keep us moving to? Right.
Thank you. I hear what Lynn's saying. The only thing is, of course, the only thing I will say is that when we had our first meeting or maybe second meeting, we said we had a figure of about 7.5%. We said, no, take it down to 0 and then start from there. So we've already had that opportunity, to be honest with you. And we've slowly gone, we went way up to 31. Now we're trying to bring ourselves down again. All I'm looking for, I'm going to say it again, is 3 of us asking for it, a line by line, so we can see what numbers we're talking about. At the moment, I'm a base camp of Mount Everest, but you've given me the peak numbers. I want the numbers at that base camp, and that is so I can pack my bags suitably. And that is to have the line by line, or however that's defined, line by line, so I've got some numbers I can talk about. What I'm doing at the moment with that is looking up at Mount Everest. And that's what it is basically, with a massive fleet.
Tell me about it.
Massive.
So two, a bit more question. So the thing we're going to focus on from finance over the next sort of balance before Christmas is going to be smooth. What can we do on that basis? The second piece is this detail. So we've got an ability to run our budgets through I won't say right down to, well, so we can do it in multiple ways, but we have a way of trying to get it down to about 35 to 40 different lines of good done expenditure. Now what we've been listening to today is saying, right, now, like one example is we've got a little West Reef line between outworks, so we know it's that this year and that next year. Well, how do we break that down a bit more to make that useful? So I'll pick up what Rosie said before. In which bits of capital is that? So we've got Fade working better in ways than we're here, and we've got Julia available to us next week. And so we're gonna get in, slice and dice. It's not actually like our system's really good on running because we can break it out. But it is, and I know Colin made a comment about the narrative. It's actually how we look at it and go, well, now what does that mean? So like Graham made a comment about the nice to haves column. Now nice to have, say, colonised accounts might be the same thing.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, but carry on.
Nice to haves might be the same thing for accountants. We might see that, but others might see differently. So we now sit down, and I did a wee bit of that a couple of weeks ago, is try and break it down so that we dice everything a slightly different way, so that we can go, oh, okay, well, actually, we don't want you to have funding for that type of work, and that would take this off. The real challenging thing is the discussion Colin and I had about 20, 30 minutes ago, which is costs are easy to break up, but then we have to sit down and figure out, is it funded by rates, external income, Wakatahi for argument's sake? Is it part of maybe the general funding out of the subvention payment we get? What is it? That's our job to start and nail it so we can go, okay, here it is. this is how it works. So again, agree, we are at base camp and we're working backwards down. To be blunt, we have to go to base camp to show process and due diligence with the auditors, because that's what we're going to expect to see. And then we again, I know it's frustrating and we people out in the community and making poor Ellen's job miserable. She has to figure out what does she dissect and what does she tell. But actually, we need to do this so that we can show process. But I'll be pretty clear. We're pretty clear what we need to deliver, what we change for you, because it is it's frustrating. But in the end, you're going to pop out with a regular process.
Okay. I think we'll carry on. We'll crack on unless it's burning. We are
Right,
way over
just a
time.
very quick comment, just with communicating with Elizabeth, as mentioned a lot in the pre-engagement, and most people recognise the need, but they all said, all the ones that commented on said that it's not their ratepayer base coming off audit, so I think it's one that's going to be parked until there's other funding opportunities.
Thank you. And the last slide, same genre as the previous, which is these are things to add, just beyond or different portfolios. So solid waste, there's remediation of some legacy landfills. That's not in the LTP budget, but it's a risk. Matters of property listed there, and district revitalisation. So the common theme of these add-ins is that they're not in. I suppose just to conclude, well, firstly, thank you for holding in on the long haul flight. It's been very valuable feedback, but actually just trying to capture these, intent or appetite for how we can go forward as staff to do the exercises that are required across all the portfolios.
Yeah.
Now you're going to tell us that our baggage is still backbilly stuff. Yeah. Joe.
I would like to see the district revitalisation in there as a choice for the community, because I think we've got a lot out of it in the past, and it's certainly changed the image of our towns, and we saw that in the domestic tourism impact. So I think as part of economic development, it's had a really big impact, and we want to bring people to live in the community that's had a big impact. So I think it should be a choice to.
That's what feedback's telling us. So we've got to not waste our time and money getting this feedback and then not actually listening to it. You know, that's sort of what we have to make choices on behalf of these figures.
So you'd be keen to see some revitalisation thing tested with the community?
I am, yeah. But they're telling us that it's very important to them to be able to have this money and grants and investment in the community.
So have you got some detail you'd be able to bring to council, like what that would actually be, what it would mean?
Yes, and I think critically, although we're still waiting for detail, but we're all aware of the new government's commitment to a $1.2 billion PGF, or whatever they've called it now. Why that's significant is because often those opportunities are co-funded or part contribution. And whilst, yes, we should have a game plan of candidate projects to support a figure, actually to preserve some amount for those opportunities, because that's what we experienced in the last round. To get $1 million, you needed to have 100,000 yourself, and that will be part of the strategy, I think.
Okay. Yep. Go, Joe, then Phil.
Just in addition to that too, in the past, like we had the tourism infrastructure fund, we seemed to pull something out of the hat at the last minute. I think if that went into that bucket too, we'd have more strategic look on, should these funds become available, what are the strategic decisions we need to make, we would the best part be.
Phil?
Just with, you go back out to the public now with already the perception of a 31% rate rise, and start asking people, do they want revitalisation or whatever. I think it's going to be totally biased, because we probably all want it, but if you see 30-something%, even the ones that really want this extra stuff, they're going to go, oh no. I mean, it's just, I can't see how you can get a true opinion now with, if you're going out with a 5% rate rise, everyone will go, yeah, chuck something else in, but at 30, there's no way. You're just not going to get a true reflection of people's views. They can none of them say, yeah, chuck in another one. Not possible. I can't see it.
That's just your opinion.
Graham, any view on that one? I'll wrap it.
I agree with Phil. I mean, you know, at $1 million over 3 years, you're looking probably at about another 2%. Put it out there. If people want to pay 2% more, that's fine. I don't.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, man.
John. Yeah, crack on. Yep, Sean. I'm not sure we resolved that one.
All right, thank you. My turn. Yeah, so I guess my scenario is not as complex as that, but it's
Shorter flight.
It's a much shorter flight, but a very important flight nonetheless. This does have consequences. So look, you've all seen the slides, the uplift is there, the main cost was at 1.9. Increase total of my budget. So I just flick to what happened to the program? Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about that. You can see this relates to an extra planning resource that I'm after. And I'll explain the reasons for that, but that's just indicative there to show you a big part of the business and what we do is in the planning department. You click on through and click on. So look, an extra planning resource is what we're after, and it's to take on a lot of the jobs and functions that are expected of us that we've always managed to do, but now we're getting to the point where we simply cannot. And a lot of that stuff is not the resource consent planning, it's all the other stuff that we have to do. And simply, you've heard me talk, I think, before in some of the presentations, it's a little bit like death by a thousand cuts really in my department. We've managed to keep up with our statutory requirements on resource consents, and we've also managed to do the various inputs. 5 years ago, taking over and hearing about TTOPP, we've always managed off the side of our desk to go to the technical advisory groups and do that little bit of work. That's a piece of work that's grown. We've always had a lot of things that we would like to do in that department that we just simply haven't been able to. And here's some examples of that. TTOPP is in that submission phase and into the hearings. And again, this position would be to clearly articulate the BDC position on where we've landed and what you have told us was important in our submissions that we made to the TTOPP. Well, that wasn't the end of it. In fact, it was just the start of it. We're now going to have to go and front up and justify our decisions and our position. Failure to do so could mean that our argument or our position on a particular rule, a particular direction doesn't get heard or argued. And there's a real risk there that a counter position might actually find favour with the commissioners if we're not there to talk to it. And just want you to know, we are not in a position, not resourced to talk to all of those as much as we should. So I'm actually sitting here today making up a calendar of what is really, really important and what we need to target. But again, we need to be there for a lot more than what our current resources allow. And there's real risk to that. Operational, guidance to the planning. A lot of the rules are coming in, they're different, they're new. We just don't insert them in and carry on. And they are technical and they do need somebody to actually work through, understand them. So that's another important piece of work that's not currently resourced to do. Preparing advice for future plans. We've heard about this plan. It is going to be subject to I guess a fair bit of debate over the coming years, and then once it's out 10 years, it's going to be continually reviewed and almost will fall straight into a review cycle. And again, it's that resource that's really important. Don't currently have that. The master planning projects and those other projects, that's quite a massive demand as that job and that piece of work project grows. It's going to be a big demand on the team. And making some of the submissions to central government, there's been a lot over the recent years, and I would envisage that there'll be a lot more. We've had to jump on the back of other organisations that have made submissions on our behalf, and we've tried our very best to read through them, perhaps present them to you, but we're really aware that we are not doing a good job of this currently, which is again why we need this extra resource. And what I mean is currently we are slipping in our statutory requirements like a lot of other councils are in terms of resource time processing. The effect of that is that, we're obliged to give discounts, percent a day, up to 50%. And that's if the delay is because of us. So there's a whole lot of reasons that might factor in, external reasons out of our control. But if it is up to us, we're obliged to give that discount. And currently we are. Because every time we have to stop and do any of these pieces of work, there are several resource consents that will just sit, that are currently over on their statutory requirements, but that's largely out of our control. Yeah. So I think the risk is pretty evident to those various problems, and I guess to wrap it up, it is reputational and legal risk, particularly if we're not making these submissions and making our documents and guidance documents for what is a very complex role. Planning rules and resource consent is incredibly complex. And if you are not getting across the detail to the degree that you need to, absolutely reputation and very much legal risk. So that's why I've put that into the budget. So yeah, happy to take any questions.
Two questions, if I may. One, given that staff, it's pretty hard to count your staff in the first place. Even if you advertise someone, what's the likelihood of someone being available and willing to come to Westport? And two, for Steve, is there any fact anywhere else in the council that could be placed sideways into the regulatory team if the feeling was that there was no appetite to employ someone else?
Perhaps answer both of those, low and no.
So no, you wouldn't be able to get someone?
Look, I low to that one. So the first question is, look, I'll make no secret, we've talked about it before, we're competing in a fairly cutthroat market, and yeah, we definitely have to look at other ways that we attract people here. The fact that it's a beautiful place to be, but it's not usually a cash incentive. So there is a difficulty in that. And then this is a very specialised role. The kind of discussions and the stuff that this person would be working through would give most of us a headache. It is a really quite a technical role. Hence, there isn't another resource that could be moved in terms of that person. Thank you.
To your second question, I think we can consider that, but I might need to come back to you at a slightly later date.
Yeah. Phil.
So when you talk about having rebates and that, because they're not meeting timelines and that, and not having this extra person, what sort of cost would that be on a yearly? Any idea, or?
I don't, really difficult to factor in, and I certainly haven't looked at trying to do those numbers. We could probably get ballpark, but it varies so much. Due to resource consent process, sometimes it's gone over days or several days because of we haven't been able to allocate a staff member to it, but quite often that same consent, we've actually gone out, requested for more information that effectively puts it on hold. So in each resource consent, it actually takes quite a bit of time for each one to work out how long was it overdue and what was the causes to that. What is the bit that is the council resource issue, and that's the bit that you would allocate or proportion a refund.
But to not have this person, is it costing you a person?
It's costing. Yeah, yeah. I guess the main thing what it's doing, it's putting busy staff under incredible pressure. It's me having to make ad hoc decisions to go, look, I really think council should do that.
But what I'm saying is if you hadn't had that extra person, it might well be a zero increase in costs.
Oh, one might cancel at the other side.
For another full-time person, it might not actually cost council.
Potentially, yeah, the cost would be reduced by the fact that we wouldn't be giving discounts absolutely by those extra reasons. Absolutely.
That's important. We're successful in this space because it's a key. We don't want to be seen as the roadblock to development and economic development, and a new business needs a health inspection or whatever to get cracking. You don't want to be the one that's a bottleneck to that if we can possibly avoid it.
I think that's a good point. It's probably a worry of mine across both the building and the resource consent. As things do ramp up, we are the gateway, if you will, and we're only, we can only get so many consents through the staff and the resource we've got.
Graham.
Yes, this budget increase doesn't take effect till the 1st of July if it goes ahead. What's the situation for the next 6 months?
Good question. Basically keep doing what we've been doing for the last year, couple of years now, and that's just the best we can.
Okay, we'll keep moving. Anything else on that one? Right, Chrissy. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. So just going to the next slide, we're talking about community services here, which is libraries, it's our theatres, it's Perk and our Evening Hall, and it also looks at when we talk about promotion and development, we're talking about those grants that we give to groups and communities, and also the council grants that we sit around these tables and we make the decisions on. Not a lot of wiggle room, unfortunately, in our short flight. So we've got increase from what we currently have is we've got increase of hours with our community services and communications teams. The reason for that driver is we have doubled, if not tripled, some of our projects and community consultations that we've been doing recently. That comes at quite a huge administration cost. Lots of paper feedback comes in that has to be collated to put to yourselves. We also help with the senior housing and the grants administration, so that's what is tied into that. We've also put in a 0.25 FTE increase to our subcommittee. This was a new role that was created in the last financial year, and it has paid dividends with our subcommittees. We've been increasing our communications and our relationships in our smaller communities, and we're really benefiting from it. There's no change, but to maintain the current level of our grants to our groups, museums, the small amount that we give to tourism, that's just us staying status quo. So just moving into our risk and consequences, so it really is with that communication and efficiency in mind. So we want to make sure that we're nice, clear and concise to our community. We want to continue on a better path there. If we don't have these additional resources, unfortunately, we will have slower and less efficient communication to our communities, potentially not meeting our statutory requirements with our consultation deadlines. We would have less resilience to our teams, which would mean potential short-term closures of some of our facilities if we don't have the staff to put there. And cutting some of the grants, the reality is potentially some of our groups and museums would need to look elsewhere for funding opportunities, and in some cases it could potentially mean a closure. Levers from community services is maintain the current subcommittee hours and not increase them, and also look at reducing or removing grants, which we will discuss again in the public excluded part. We can give you little breakdowns of what that looks like, but just moving to that top, is there an earlier slide? Didn't break down the direct and indirect.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's at the front, yeah.
It was minimum, I think it was.
Yeah, it's 2.1. I don't know why it's not on this slide.
Yeah.
2.1.
Yeah, 2.1 increase over. So that's what the drivers for community services are. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions on that for Chrissy? That's ready.
Talking about extra staff, I can understand where Sean's coming from because it's technical. When we did the budget for 23-24, we were told that there's been extra staff being brought on to help with the backlog because of the weather events and so on and so forth. Now, I would expect some of this to start to be dropping off now. So if we're looking at extra staff, why, as raised before, why are we not starting to relocate existing staff, be it 1 FTE or 0.5, whatever, into these roles that have been suggested here? Understand where Sean's coming from at the moment, but we've got the staff in here, I would have thought, especially after the 23-24 budget. We've gone up from what, 67 FTE to about 95 FTE? I just got to throw it in there. What is it there?
73.
73.
Because we're answering a question from our friends. So we know that number. 73 FTEs, yeah.
FTE.
FTEs. 104 positions.
Yeah.
I can clarify it reduced since the 22 financial year because of the flood recovery staff that have dropped off because they were fixed term, but we're going down a path that we don't need to.
And really some of those roles were extremely funded as well. Let's get to the flood recovery. So.
Any other questions on that? No? Okay, let's go.
Douglas, commercial and corporate.
Thank you very much. So one of the things we get to do a little bit of second guessing in here is an increase in work program potentially in waters and roading, and how do we support that? Let's back up a little step. One of the good things the council was able to get support financially from DIA in particular was to put in place systems to make sure we can report adequately. So the CUP reporting, project accounting, electronic purchase orders or purchase orders have been three of those key ones. My initial involvement with people was part of that role in helping set up that finance. It's funded by DIA. Number of roles funded by DIA. The thing, and this is part of, as I say, trying to figure out what the volume is that we do have really good reporting systems available to how we report to you through CUP and ultimately to the council. Our challenge has been, if we back off from that type of reporting structure and have a sort of, let's go back to more of a, what we've done in the past, will that give us a not such a good reporting? So I'm not talking about the stuff that goes to RAC, that will still stay the same. It's the stuff that goes to CUP, which we could enhance and do through more of our business as usual stuff. We don't need to answer that today because it will fold itself out. And so we've had to allow to keep one of our consultants on, who was one of the accountants a few years back, to keep our project accounting side and produce those reports for us because it's a specialist piece of work. So that's one of the advantages. Our audit fees, and they are just reality. We are saying it's going to cost us another 70,000 for people who've had a long-term plan. We've been through that exercise explaining that is. The issue that Mike's team and we find is that there's a lot more in terms of proving the reasonableness or the correctness of what you're reporting. As Mike was explaining, unfortunately, that the various layers of consultancy we have to support a lot of our assessments, particularly in the road space and the water space. We have it as well. It's just that there's a lot more in that space where we might be good at our job, but ultimately you still need an expert to give some sort of view over the top. So that's an additional cost in there. In the IT area, we have an ongoing challenge, like anyone who has a large IT system, is protecting the data that people have. And I'll probably, I'm just going to be careful what I say here because I want to talk about how you protect your IT systems in public. That might give you an issue. That makes sense. But that's going to need an continual ongoing investment there. So there's about $50,000 to $60,000 in budget to be able to keep our systems up to speed and keep securing those and taking care of the advances that occur. And one area in there is that we do need to update the aerial photos. So we've got an allowance for aerial photos in this year, which does reduce over the next 2 years. So there's about 60,000 in that space as well, which I haven't got documented down there, sorry. And I keep the importance of the digitalisation, and when I talked to RAC last month, we have a figure of 40, I think it's in this year, because we've built up funding over a few years. 40,000 is currently is consistent number in probably in the foreseeable future as we just try to tidy that up and improve and therefore make that information more available to us. I think that coming out of here, there are some things we're not really going to be able to probably back off on, but in terms of the physical works program, there might be a few things we can tweak in terms of the finance space that we have to worry about. Harbour and Dredge, to some degree, is the ring fencing of those activities, not getting any rates money, is appropriate, except if they don't come out into credit, then that gives you issues in the future about how to address that issue. Now, at the moment, the dredge, I mean, we've had great contracts. We'll be reporting to the new year on a couple of things, where the dredge financially will break even. The most recent predictions I've been doing this week, and we need to come and say, right, if we think the dredge is a activity we could continue to run, can it be funded? Can it be funded with external contracts? So, you know, we've good relationships with Nelson Pool, we're doing dredging for them, but dredge is up there doing probably about 12 to 14 days at the moment. And mineral sands, we had discussions even this week with mineral sands about the dredging program, what that is, and they know they need to open. So it is a funding thing, we made it very clear. In terms of the harbour, we start to see the wharfage contract will kick in about August next year. And we're seeing a little bit more activity, not a lot, but Dominic, our new harbour master, has been a really good find, and he's working through it, making sure we are squeezing every bit of revenue we can out of the various parties that are down there using Burford's and Wharfage. So that part of the business, the trick there is to make sure we are creating a surplus longer term. I think I've repeated myself there. No, I've got all those things covered. So really, options and considerations, as I say, is there any ability to reduce some of our compliance budgets? Maybe that is in our financial reporting side. That is work Lynn and I'll do in conjunction with the CEO and Mike as we go forward. I mentioned earlier today this guaranteed status as an LGFA shareholder to become go from an unguaranteed status to a guaranteed status. Unless anyone's got any violent objection, we'll start down the process of what does that mean? We're not making a decision on it, because we need to come to council for a decision on that. But if you thought that was not on the table, tell us now so we don't waste our time on that. But that will allow us to borrow more from the LGFA at cheaper interest rates. This piece of work on assets for the future, we haven't done any detailed work on that, but that is something that I need to sit down with Mike and Mel and just try to figure out how we're going to work that through. Where do we need the resources? And then just the comment about the dredge that, we are looking at a short to medium term approach, and how's that going to work for financial projects for the council? Is it what we should do? Because there's always a risk in there. Today it's been a really good thing because we've had the Crown funding from BGF and from the and my final comment there, it's easy for the finance and strategic planning to sort of slide under the radar a little bit, but we need to get the basics right. We need to pay our creditors on time. We need to collect our debts. We need to provide appropriate financial reporting and IT systems. One area that we have put in additional funding for is this area of some corporate planning. Best example of what we're seeing John doing. One of the things that's sort of similar to what Sean's been advocating for, we are a business that is hungry on demands on technical stuff and also day-to-day face stuff. So Chris was talking about the reserves space. I can tell you, even though I'm not in that space, I know the benefits of getting from that resource doing their job and time to their job, it makes a difference. And certainly being able to use John as we've done through using funding sort of judiciously has made a big difference to where this LTP process is today. A lot of the stuff we're saying we just would never have got through if we hadn't had. We don't use that resource in the manner we've had. It's a long term without these other funding sources. Long term, it's probably a Bullock Council to decide how we can afford to fund that. So it's a real tricky when I said in a staff session about 6 months ago, I said, I've been locked down a long time. We've got a couple of activities here that most councils, or 3 activities most councils don't have: an airport, a harbour, and a dredge. They are really cool things, they're great, they're part of what makes the Bullock flag interesting. But you've still got to hit the levels of larger councils than a small council in a more challenging district. And that's probably a lot of what you're seeing today is that we've still got to play as if we're sort of lining outside Christchurch City. give you a good example perhaps in the current situation, but I've still got to respond to the same things, and there's an organisation with significantly greater resource to effectively the same jobs. So the volume's high in that type of arrangement, but yeah, there's the challenge of the business room.
Did I see what your uplift was for this department?
3.1 was it?
Yeah, I think it's different, but some of the costs are direct through to activities, others are part of the overhead allocation process, and they, you know, one of the things we've been really careful about is our costs, because they get spread, they don't necessarily get lost in the abyss of time, so, yeah. That's really the key issue is, we just need to work, as we figure out what the physical works program is, how to support that and pull stuff back where we can. But there's some of the IT stuff, there's nothing in there, obviously just we're offering up, it's just like it's got to keep you sweet. Maybe the aerial photos, but that sort of stuff's valuable and you keep regularly going, you know, our stuff's 5-6 years out of date.
With the berthage and mortgage fees, Tally's mineral sands ratio, what would they?
To the volumes of.
Oh, yeah.
I can dig that up for you. I mean, there's really right. The wharfage for the fish going over, it's got a rate in it. I suppose the one for mineral sands was negotiated starting rate, but there's a review process to a market rate, whatever that means. They are different product, but effectively they are just lifting and dropping. So but it provides information. Okay. Certainly the floating roof, floating pontoon down has been great win. Whether we can squeeze a few more in, it's a bit hard to probably have done dominant things, but if we could get a few more in, there's a bit of in the end. That's not great, but it is. Sorry, the earnings fine, but it's not an extra dividend and flow out just like that type of thing. So we need to be judicious about how we do it.
Cool. Any other questions? Oh,
LGFA, you were saying before about if we can climb on board, we get low interest rates. So what's the cost of us upping our ante in terms of support? I mean, we've got the narrative there. Can you give us a number, please?
What it will cost to make the application?
Yeah.
We do it in a minimised time. They've actually provided us with documentation that we need to complete. So it's reasonably straightforward. There's a few legal things we need to do and update the trusting and that type of thing that, you know, like done for $10,000-$15,000 worth of legal support.
Yeah, and we can see a cost benefit there with the reduced interest rates.
Yeah.
It's maybe 1%, 2%?
No, it's more in that 2.5 to 3, I think, in terms of the margin. But certainly worth looking at, for sure. The reason we don't.
That level of detail be what you would come back with.
That's okay there. And IT, MagicQ was the right software system. It was implemented 2 or 3 years ago. I just keep on seeing this purchase orders, I think were implemented during this year or last year, purchase orders, project accounting. My experience with systems is that when you purchase a software system, FMIS, whatever you want to call it, comes with all the goodies. Okay, it's just a matter of implementing each of those modules. What I'm hearing is that we haven't got, we're still implementing the modules in MagicQ. So what's gone wrong?
No, we're not implementing, they're already in place and running. The issue with Magic, which was in CS, now computers for many years. So you buy your basic modules, but there's some stuff you don't buy, so you don't need. So purchase orders, project accounting, you didn't need. Now, we need a project accounting, just so we're really clear here. Project accounting allows you to calculate the life of projects quite easily, as opposed to the other way, which is I'm more familiar with, which is use the general ledger. The general ledger approach can be a bit more clunky. Project accounting is a lot more easy to understand and see and capture the things. What we have to understand though is prior to putting this into the flooding, well, it was very much like where I came from itself, and we used the GL.
Can we park that one?
It's probably not a it's
not bad, not. That's a bad idea, if you know what you're doing.
I know.
Just in terms of on their first slide, valuation costs, professional support $50,000 additional $50,000, but we've already got something in there for this year, last year, all we do is roll those over, we now ask for an extra 50, but I also know the infrastructure people, when they have Becca coming in and what have you doing their valuations, if you like. I think it's been called valuations. They base that on their software system and the like. So why do we need now an extra 50,000?
The line for it. You could every 3 years, Colin, just allow for that 3 yearly revaluation uplift, and no one really worried about it. But Ernst & Young were really clear with been really clear with this year, which is no, go back and understand. We've got a TCP value now. One of the reasons we brought in that accounting policy was to try and eliminate that. It's just been painful with them. So let us give you a bit more data, park it up, and we'll go why explain what the numbers.
Is that now trying to whiteboard up there, just into and I'm trying to
We'll take a photo.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's still behind those or
the we're the 90s.
That's okay. Apologies.
That's all right.
Right, I feel like I've been around the world. We've had long haul, medium haul, and then a flight with nothing but water. I was waiting on the cassava chips, or at least the choice between that and a cookie. But anyway, enough with the flight analogies. Steve.
John.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. Yeah, I guess we've got next steps. I'm not going to go over that in detail. I spoke to you at the start about it. We will take everything on board that we've said. We've obviously got the things to look at, to evaluate, to go through what the considerations were. And we'll reopen that budget for the next week or so, and then we'll come back in the new year with some next steps. There will be workshops in January. I'm outlining that now. We've not got dates for them, and as of yet, they will be going in. And obviously, they will be in the public domain as well, as we will do with the process moving forward as well. And yeah.
So as you can see, the topics are quite complex and challenging, and they are for our community, but they're going to be for us as well. So I think today's actually been quite good. I think the debate's been good and respectful, and lots of good questions that are parked there and information to be teased out. And, that's how it's going to have to play out over the next few months, because it's, it is going to be a challenging LTP. Our community is facing various pulls on those household budgets, and we need to make sure that whatever we're pulling on is our best go at making that appropriate for what the community expects of us. Steve.
Just one quick question for me, please. When can I please see a line by line, so I can start going through some numbers? I'm only getting narrative here, high level numbers. So it's nothing for me.
Yep, so we've got as I said before, about 35 to 40 details of what I call analysis that we can put out for operating costs. One of us, what we're listening to today, which is to understand how we need to shred that or break it up into a bit more analysis about, okay, how do we explain CPI, how do we explain regulation, how do we explain the movements in terms of the water and that type of thing. So we've got Fade in the background already just starting to break it up. We should have something hopefully late next week where we can give you more data. We've also got a suite of statistics we've also been building up to use. So we're not trying to get a packet, so there's a bit more stuff we want to talk about shortly as well. So we're trying to give you a suite of stuff by the end of the week, end of next week. Also looking at things like balance sheets and cash flows and as well. So
can I please clarify, there will be no draft estimates book available at the end of next week? There will be no draft estimates book available at the end of next week. That timeline's too tight. We will provide what we can.
No, sorry. It's the analysis we're using. Wait, we're not giving an estimates book.
I think that's what the question was asking for. Yeah.
There's two things. We've got a breakdown of categories across our operating expenditure, which we're going to provide to you. But we just don't think there's any value giving you the breakdown of the Westport water account or the Reefton sewer account, all that sort of thing, because then trying to put an analysis explaining all that around you becomes quite in-depth and time-consuming. What I'm trying to do is just sort of spread a bit more of what we've got and what we've been able to talk to you today. So you can actually see some numbers and how they follow that.
Right. Thank you.
Right, okay, I just want to thank you for those who've stayed online or joined us halfway through, and thank you for our one member of public and media for hanging around too. As you can see, and as the Mayor's identified, we've got some challenges ahead, but we're sharing as much of this early as we can so that when the consultation material comes out in March and April next year, that there are no surprises. There will be options to debate, and we will be looking forward to the feedback from the community. Now, we're just going to go into a short public excluded session just to cover off a couple of commercial items. And then that will take 5 minutes, and then we'll wrap up. So thank you to the members of public.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Alan and Alan.
Great reading.
A new parking lot. Councillor Best, a new parking lot.